I got one for you. I'm really hoping that this gets to the governor of Oregon, on how these judges treat these sex offenders, rapists, and how they get away with just about anything in Oregon. They let them in and out, in and out. They can do whatever they want as long as it's not the same gender of their survivors, which is disgusting. Because do you really think they choose? Come on, it's gross. And just because some no, so yes, I I admit my wrongs. I was raped. Um, Said some horrible things. Had a mental meltdown. Had to do a lot of work to do. If you go look at my videos back, you'll see that. But right now, I won sole custody a year ago. Um, Against my son's father because he's not a good father. He's never been there for my kid. He's done a lot of things to my child, and my child does not want to have anything to do with him. Finally got I took him back to court because my son doesn't want anything to do with him, and we got where my son doesn't have to be pressured anymore because of what his dad wants, not because of what his son wants. My son wants nothing to do with him. Um, if he does, I will allow it. But he don't. It's been almost 15 years, and he doesn't want it. He doesn't want it. He keeps telling everybody I don't want it. So if he does, then that's cool. But if not, no. Stop pressuring our son. For one, stop making our son feel bad. Stop making people feel bad because you want to hide that you're a sex offender and that you're a drug addict and thinking you're better than everybody else. Stop making people feel bad for protecting their children because you got women who choose you over their children. It's already been proven. I will never choose anyone over my kid, and I will never sit there and act like it's all okay for you to look good or for you to think that, everyone's got to bow down to you because whatever. Like, aren't you the one that stole $100 and something thousand from your parents? Huh, but they're okay with what you do. That makes no sense to me. And no, I don't hold them back from family members. They all determined to be unfit with DHS. That's why your son's home with me because I am safe place for him. And I've always been there for him from birth till and yeah, and I was even there when he was in DHS. I brought him homemade meals. I was doing everything. I'm very proud of my kids. I have a 21-year-old I'm extremely proud of, and my son that's almost 15 who I'm extremely proud of. My son's got so many plans for his new room. We just moved in. We finally got the notice where we can finally move stuff in. So this is what reality is in Oregon, and I hope the governor sees this and sees what the judges do to people that don't want to think that it's okay for sex offenders and rapists and people that have never been there for their kids. So please, if anyone tries to watch this or does watch this, let them know. Let the Oregon governor know what truly goes on behind the scenes. And no, I'm not a drug addict. Never done drugs, as you're hearing the recordings, the court recordings from a year ago. So I was dragged behind a truck and got told I deserved it because I knew too much. Just like when I was raped, I got told to take back from the police department. I was told to sit back and take it. I didn't sit back and take it. I called. So if you go look, and the guy's even doing 15 years right now. So in 99 years probation, supervised probation, whatever it is. So here we go. I'm just hoping this helps other people know you don't have to be abused. You don't have to sit in a situation because someone else wants you to be miserable because you want to be away from all that. And I really feel sorry for his wife because he sits back and takes credit for everything she does. But hey, she lets him and she chooses everyone chooses their children for this guy, and I don't get it. I will never choose my children. Or I'll never choose a guy over my children. Everyone chooses him over their children, and I never will, is what I was trying to say. So, here we go.
And Ms. Draper, what are you both of you? Nice jacket, Mr. Cherba. Yeah, mind if I take it off? You got it all. Mind if I take my robe off?
Yes.
usually want to know exactly what I've heard from him, so that you're what is your email, Mr. Jones? All over. Strafer's point of view, and
Sure. Yeah. Okay. So why don't you let me email open. Is that what the memorandum says?
yeah. So it sounds like you did send it to us.
Yeah.
Correct?
That's where I sent it. Yeah. So I didn't bring a hard copy. I can send it to you electronically if you'd like to see, Mr. Jones. Want to read it on your phone or something? Sure. Yeah. Okay. So why don't you let me get an email open.
So while he's doing that, I'll explain, Mr. Jones, the trial memorandum, well, they vary from case to case. In this case, it's sort of in the nature of an opening statement saying what the background facts are, again, from the other party's point of view, from Ms. Strafer's point of view, and what's being requested. So he gave me some of that, but it's usually, you would usually want to know exactly what I've heard from him, so that you're what is your email?
All lowercase Daniel, D-A-N-I-E-L, Jones, period, 71517.
71517
So my understanding it is okay to have this out for a moment to review the document?
Yes. While he's doing that, Mr. Churba, so I know I signed orders. There's two witnesses here remotely. How many other witnesses are there going to be?
So, Your Honor, we only have one witness appearing remotely. That's Rose Dahl. That's a CPS worker. She's available at 11:30.
So this other person is not going to.
She's here in the courtroom. It's the last 10 minutes.
Oh, okay. So what did you say about Rose Dalton? That
She's available at 11:30. She's a CPS worker. She's in a meeting until 11:30, but that's when she'll be available. So that's when I told her that we would take her testimony.
okay. So and in between now and then, so you've got
And so the other preliminary issue that we have, Your Honor, is you signed an order that you would speak to the child, Jason. And Jason is here. He's in the courtroom right now. But Jason would like to testify in open court. He would like to testify in front of the parties. And the reason for that, Your Honor, is there was, as you know, there was a CPS case open for quite a while. And CPS, Mr. Jones accused CPS of not doing enough to get Jason to see him. Now, Jason had told him that he didn't want to see him, and Mr. Jones just didn't respect that. And then Jason told CPS that he didn't want to see his dad, and CPS, you're gonna hear testimony that some people felt like CPS was actually trying to bully Jason into seeing his father when he didn't want to, and he has cogent reasons not to see his dad. So Jason felt very disempowered, and I think he feels the reason that he wants to talk in open court in front of the parties is he wants to be heard, and he wants his father to know how he feels, and he doesn't feel like his father has ever heard the message. So I understand it's up to you if you talk to him in private, if you clear the courtroom, or if you let him speak in open court, but that's what he'd like to do.
All right. So we'll deal with that. So probably, if that's what you want, sir, we'll allow that. Who's sitting next to you?
So, Your Honor, that's Celeste Dimonet. She's one of my witnesses. She's a skills trainer for mom.
No, I'm a therapist.
Oh, I'm sorry.
A therapist for mom or Jason?
Both.
Okay.
Okay.
So if this ends up being what Jason requests, I'm quite likely to allow that. However, I don't think it's appropriate for him to be present in the rest of the proceedings. It's not a good
So, Ms. Jennings, would you mind sitting in the hallway with Jason while we do this?
Thanks for that opportunity, Your Honor.
All right. So it wasn't that long. No. All right.
Relatively short.
Okay. So, Mr. Churba, so as I said, I have read this. Is there a further opening you'd want to give, or?
want to see him. Jason should not be forced to see him. Jason is a traumatized child, and it would not be in his best interest to force him to do anything at this point. He is trying to process the trauma that he has been through, which has been, more than he should have ever received. And so it took Mr. Jones many years to create the situation that's gotten to this point, and we feel like Mom is willing to pass cards and letters to Jason, and we think that if Mr. Jones would send him some cards and letters and let him do what he needs to do, maybe in 6 months or a year or 18 months, Jason would be open to the possibility of doing some counseling or some contact with Dad. But right now, he is averse to everything. So that is our position, and I'm curious to know what Mr. Jones wants.
So, Mr. Jones, if you wish, you can, so I'm not going to force you to do anything there, but you can provide an opening statement. An opening statement, in this case, would be two things. Telling me what you think the evidence is going to show, and the evidence doesn't just mean physical items, it means largely testimony. What the testimony is going to show after I hear it all, what facts will have been proven. And you can also tell me in your opening statement, if you wish, what you're asking the court to order with regards to, I guess the primary issue here is parenting time, right? And before you answer that, so Mr. Churba, there's nothing else is on the table. There's no joint debt. There's no property division.
This is not a dissolution case, Your Honor. This is a custody case. And so, no, there's none of that stuff. We're not even addressing support.
So there's a support order in place.
There's a support order in place. It's very low. Mom doesn't get paid. Mom doesn't want it, so we're not asking to modify it or anything like that. I think it's just parenting time. That's all it is.
Well, in custody.
Okay, custody too. If he's challenging custody.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, we have to leave that all open, of course. So, anything there then, Mr. Jones, first of all?
Yes, Your Honor. Police court, I will definitely address all of those issues. So, in regards to custody, physical custody, I am not challenging the custody of Ms. Draper, maintaining physical custody of my son. I am asking for parenting time, so I don't know if that's, so in my request for parenting time, I am at this point requesting phone contact, as that's what approved by my PO for me and minors currently. Now, in regards, as I say, my PO in regards to what has been said by Mr. Churba, and in the document that I read, it is factual that I had a downward spiral with methamphetamine and consequently had a lot of legal issues throughout my life. I've done a lot to correct those issues currently and past, completed a lot of programming, continue to do so. I'm now gainfully employed and own a residence, so I'm becoming stable. So I'm asking for phone contact to begin initially.
Now, just remember, his wife paid for all this, and she's sitting in the courtroom, okay? Sitting there, letting him take credit for everything that she bought and did. So, just remember, like, this gets all called out. I'm so glad I'm overprotective on my son. Like, it didn't change a year later, and he still did it, yeah.
Regards to my parental rights, I would like to be placed on Jason's school records and medical records, so I have access to how he's doing in school, and if there was any.
And by the way, he never cared about what our son was doing when he was out. This is all for the judge. He even admitted that he manipulates the lie detector test. He just goes by what the police report says. So, and he won't even own up to what he did to our son. Our son already admitted to what he did, and it came up in DHS report. He's not a protective parent. So yeah, just continue and y'all get it. Trust me, y'all understand. This guy is, yeah. I'm so glad I'm overprotective over my son. I'm so glad. My son is extremely happy and doesn't want anything to do with his father. And I hope the governor sees this. I really do, because this is what Oregon has to deal with. This is what the mothers who actually care for their children have to go through. And what's sickening is the judges don't consider, they think that, yeah, it's gross. These judges need to be off the bench. Let's just say these judges need to be off the bench.
Urgent medical care, or if anything ever happened, I would be able to get access to what's going on with my son. I would be asking the courts to make it so that Mr. A would not be allowed to remove me from those records without a court directive. And I would be asking for, essentially I'm just asking for standard parenting time. In my written documentation, I don't know if you have a copy of it, I filed it in Josephine County under the 21JU case, because at the time the cases were merged. But I outlined it all in a request for parenting time. I have a copy if the courts would like it, or if you don't have it for some reason.
I can pull it up here.
Okay.
But I wasn't aware that you had filed that invitation.
I did. I responded and filed exactly what I was asking for, a declaration in support of that, waiver of fines and or waiver of fees, deferral of fees, sorry. So yeah, I responded to it under the 21JU 04040 case. So in regards to,
And just remember, this guy's been in and out of prison for the past 20, 30 years. Probably 20 years, most of his life. He wasn't even involved in my son's life. He was in and out of prison. So for him to act like this is all new to him, it's not. He just wants control over women, and he doesn't like it that he can't control me. It's coming out in court. So, yeah, my son does not want to have anything to do with him. If he does, then cool, but I guarantee you he's never going to ask me. I mean, if he does, I already told him, if you ask, then yeah, I'll do it. But he's already said, I'll never ask, Mom. I said, I know. So he doesn't want anything to do with his father at all. I hope the Oregon governor sees this. I really do. I really hope someone gets this to the Oregon governor and gets, yeah. So enjoy. I'm going to go cook dinner for my son and just let this play.
support, there is an active support order in effect. I believe it is $181 or $184 per month is what it's currently set at. There's a $0 balance owed. It has been paid in full, and there's currently a stop order or a stop payment.
By the way, we just closed the child support case. I was only getting maybe $20, $40 here. I closed it. I had him close it because I didn't want no money. We didn't want nothing from him. So it's closed. And they put a lien on his house. So this guy just, yeah. Oh, God, yeah. Just, it's unreal what this guy thinks. He's above the law. He thinks he's above the God. He thinks he's God to everybody. Everybody has to bow down to him. Everyone has to do everything for him. Like, he thinks he's better than everybody else, but actually, I'm sure there's more victims out there. Actually, I know there is. They just won't speak up because they're too afraid, because he goes around and tries to make up things and tries to, and I know a lot because my older son's father has kids with his cousin. Yeah, I'm so glad that after I left and this was all after me. But yeah, he straight up lies about everything in this court hearing. So enjoy the Saturday popcorn show, people. Go get your popcorn. I'm going to go make dinner for my kid. And, yeah.
Order in effect because of my incarceration. So I was recently released from the Oregon Department of Corrections after a 3.5-year stay at Warren Creek Correctional Facility. During that time, I received a stop payment because of my incarceration and lack of income. During that time, I paid off the support. And because I am out on transitional leave, I am still in custody of the Department of Corrections until September of this year. So it is my understanding that that stop payment is in effect until that date. And so that's what I'm asking for, and basic just phone contact to begin. As far as letters go, I've written hundreds of letters and sent them through CSD or CPS, I guess it is. During the course of the last roughly 16 months that Jason was in the custody of the CPS in Josephine County, I sent those through Rose Dalton. So there's been significant written contact, cards, letters, pictures sent through that. through those means. Once he was relinquished into Miss Draper's care, I ceased communication through an agreement with Judge McLaughlin, I'm saying that right, in the Josephine County Court under this 21JU04040 case with CPS. I had made a commitment to the courts to not pursue contact with Jason or Miss Draper upon my release until this matter was settled with the Jackson County Court, and that was for the benefit of Jason's mental well-being and Miss Draper's well-being and my well-being as a whole. So that's why I have not continued sending letters for the last couple of months.
Okay, can you clarify something you said? You said that you'd been cleared for phone contact with minors. I thought, and maybe I'm not remembering this correctly, that in your answer or response to the petition, did you say that you had, didn't it say you had no restrictions?
At the time, I did not. So when I was in custody, nobody had given me any restrictions. Upon release, my parole officer set in place restriction of phone contact initially, so I'm approved to have phone contact only at the moment. So we're looking to have that changed into supervised or physical visitations with my younger son Ryden and my stepchildren, hopefully within the next couple of months. I'm working with my PO on this on a weekly basis right now. So.
Okay, sounds good. One thing, I just want to make sure that as we proceed now, and we're using some various terms that apply to the case, I think you may, a lot of times non-lawyers aren't, you're free to be seated if you like, aren't clear on some of these terms regarding custody. So custody and parenting time are two different things. So the term physical custody doesn't really apply here. So there's legal custody, and what legal custody means, well, first of all, what it doesn't mean is, it doesn't mean physical custody. Legal custody doesn't say anything about how much of the time the child is spending with one parent or the other. Theoretically, although it wouldn't happen very often, one parent could have sole legal custody and the other parent could be where the kid lives. So there's parenting time, which can be 5%, 40%, 50%, 95%, 100%, and sole legal custody. So what is sole legal custody if it's not having a kid? Sole legal custody is simply the authority to make decisions about the kid on three basic matters, basically. So education, for instance, if the two of you disagreed on where Jason ought to be enrolled in school, hopefully you wouldn't disagree, or it's not an issue, but if you did, then somebody has to be able to make the call, right? So it would be the person who has sole legal custody. Serious medical matters, for instance, if doctors were saying, well, maybe he should have this surgery, well, hopefully we never have an issue like that, but doctors are saying, well, we don't know, maybe he should have a surgery, different doctors are saying different things. Somebody has to make the call. The two of you don't agree on what ought to happen, then the sole custodian makes that call. And then the third one, which doesn't really come up very much, is religion. If the two of you were in a dispute about what religion the child should be brought up in, and the person who has sole legal custody makes that decision. And the reason the law puts it that way is if the two of you disagree, I mean, somebody's got to make the call. Is the kid going to have this surgery or whatever? So that's all we're talking about when we're talking about sole legal custody. And then parenting time is a completely different thing. It's, where is the child going to be, with which parents is the child going to be at, and for how much of the time. All right, any questions about that?
No, Your Honor, I understand those terms as you described them, and what I filed under the 21JU case is just a motion for parenting time. However, in that I did put, because I was unaware of the definition or the distinction of those terms at the time of filing as representing myself. So I did list in that motion, as I previously stated to you, that I would like to be placed on his school and medical records just for informational purposes, not to supersede or make any decisions pertaining to Jason's care above Ms. Draper. So.
Generally, and I don't know what will happen here, but in almost all cases, however this shakes out, whoever has legal custody, whoever has parenting time, whoever has more parenting time, whoever has less parenting time, doesn't matter. Both parents are generally going to have access to school records and that kind of thing. There can be exceptions. I don't know if there would be an exception here, but usually the court would order that both parents have access.
Well, at this time, I'm just asking for basic parenting time, not.
What specifically would you be asking for?
Phone contact, a supervised phone call by Ms. Draper. So the way that I have my phone contact structured right now is either the child can call my phone from their parent, from the supervising parent's phone, being the person that they live with essentially, or I can call that person's phone. So Jason could use Ms. Draper's phone to call me, or I could call Ms. Draper's phone to speak with Jason. And that's how I do it with my other children right now. I would only be asking for a phone call initially, maybe once a month, for even 15 minutes would be sufficient. And during that structuring of that phone call, the children's desires and wishes are first and foremost, right? So if I call and, I say, hey son, I love you, and he says, okay, well, I'm busy right now. Okay, we don't have to talk at the moment, but at least he got to hear me say hello and I love you. It's a start, it's a ground break, it's not too pushy, not too, we have to start somewhere is the way I view it. The letters and photographs and stuff have been coming for over a year, so I believe that phone contact is the next step. We actually did have one supervised video visit during CPS as well, shortly before Christmas, right before he was returned to Ms. Draper's custody. So, we have had one verbal communication. So, yeah, anyways.
All right.
Just phone contact, maybe once a month to start, and then maybe progress into once every 2 weeks, and then as it progresses and we maintain or build a relationship and a rapport with each other, that is both healthy and safe for him and myself, at that point, we could discuss the visitation once a month supervised, right? And I'm open to court order mediation type supervision, paid for out of pocket by me, of course, supervision through different family members. I'm really open to, as I stated in my declaration and in this request for parenting time that I filed in Josephine County, anything that the court is willing to allow to begin this process, but to continue to delay and hinder this process after years of isolation isn't going to accomplish the task of getting us reunified as parent and child. So.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Jones. First witness, Mr. Chauvin.
Also, let's give it in.
All right, come forward here. The clerk will swear you in.
And raise your right. I respond well to adult direction. Oh, good, okay. Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Yes. Thank you. Have a seat and let us stand, please. Watch your step. Looks good, thanks.
Yeah, no, there's sometimes a cord there that people trip over.
Oh,
we,
no, they've got
we
it
can't
picked up
afford
pretty well.
the lawsuit at this point, so.
Can you please state your name for the record, spelling your last?
Yes, my name is Celeste Ann Ekman Hamanek. Last name Himanek.
Good morning, Ms. Kavek.
Morning.
Tell me what you do for a living now.
I am a therapist. I'm a licensed professional counselor. I work for Options of Southern Oregon. I'm also the program manager for the Family Care Collaborative.
What is the Family Care Collaborative?
Family Care Collaborative, we're going to celebrate our 10th birthday in August. I'm super excited. It is a program that was created by our clinical director at Options in conjunction with DHS. And I have a team that I call Team Awesome. And we work with families who are at risk of losing their children into foster care or already have. And we work with them to get the skills on board that they need to reunite the family or keep the children in the home. And then so they can gracefully say goodbye to DHS and retain their children.
Well, that's interesting because I happen to know that Ms. Corey Draper was in that situation several years ago.
Yes.
Is that how you met her?
Yes, she was referred to our program last year.
And so tell me about the condition that she was in when you met her.
She wasn't doing so great. Would you agree with that, Corey? Right?
Yes.
She had been through a pretty terrible experience, and she had lost custody of her son and she was emotionally dysregulated and displaced from her home, and had lost her son, and was not doing well
Okay.
at the point at which she started.
And so when she came to the collaborative, did she come with the ability to trust you guys and to just jump into the work, or was that an issue too?
No, heck no. Right. She was, understandably so. When many people start our program, they have a lot of distrust for DHS, for the system, for anything they're being, like mandated to do, which is totally understandable. And it took a long time to build trust with Corey.
Now, I know that Ms. Draper lost her child after she had basically a nervous breakdown in public. Is that your understanding as well?
Yes.
So do you recall when it was that she came to the collaborative?
Yes, she started on April 18th of 2022.
Okay. And how long did she work with you guys?
Exactly a year. She graduated on April 18th of this year.
Okay. And so tell me about the changes that she made through the work that she did with your program.
She made incredible strides. When she started, it was difficult for her to even remain in a meeting for a short amount of time. And she eventually was able to trust the team. She worked with our skills trainer, she worked with our parent coaches, she's worked with me, and building that trust and taking those skills on, and she was able to do that. I've been incredibly impressed with Corey, and also the way that she is able to do the thing that's the biggest challenge for parents, and I don't care if it's a grandparent or an aunt or an uncle or whoever, is follow through. And she has been able to follow through and do the things she needed to do to get a home, to get her son returned, to get those skills on board. She's done a really good job.
So would you say, as far as your program goes, you consider her a success story?
Yes.
I wrote in my memorandum, which I submitted to the court, that she gained skills in the areas of parenting skills, emotional regulation, distress tolerance, interpersonal effectiveness, and mindfulness.
Yes.
Do you agree with all that?
Yes.
So what does that mean, emotional regulation?
The ability to recognize when things are distressing and to be able to call on those skills that she's learned, bring those up, slow the moment down, and bring herself back to baseline.
And tell me what mindfulness is in this context.
Mindfulness really is the ability to pay attention in the present moment, non-judgmentally, and be aware. So
how did you work on that with her?
that's the base. That's like the first introductory building block, because you can't change anything unless you have awareness. So you have to become mindful of what's going on with you, what's going on around you, and if you're willing to change, now you've got to be mindful enough to implement the changes.
So Ms. Himonek, you identify as a counselor, right? That's what you said you are. And in addition to Ms. Draper, did you also work with her son Jason?
Yes.
And was the work similar or was it different? Tell me about the work you did with Jason.
The work that we've done, I'm a family therapist. Obviously, since my program works with families, I work with a lot of families. So everybody's different. Every family dynamic is different. Started working with Jason a little bit independently from Corey, along with our peer support specialists. We'd meet at the park. We'd basically hang out and see how things are going to get started and get to know each other. So we did a little bit of work together with them. Then was continuing ongoing work with Corey and incorporated them gradually and as it felt comfortable. So no rushing, no pushing, but as it felt comfortable.
Did you personally work with Jason?
Yes.
Now, I know, well, I'm not sure when you arrived into the court. Did you hear the opening colloquy between the court, myself, and Mr. Jones?
Yes, yeah, right after the judge came in, I was
And
there.
so, I mentioned to the judge that some people were unhappy with how much pressure DHS put on Jason to see his father.
Yes,
Are you one of those people?
yes.
And so tell me, like, how did you even know about the pressure that DHS put on Jason?
Because it was coming up in his responses. I was aware that DHS was being asked to request these interactions.
That dad was telling DHS, I want to see my son, I want to see my son.
Yes,
And
yes.
then and DHS was in turn pressuring Jason.
Yeah, they were following through on what they were saying they're legally obligated to do, and that they were being requested by Dad's attorney to request these interactions.
And did you feel like that had an effect on Jason, the amount of pressure that he was feeling from DHS to see his father?
Yes.
How did that affect Jason?
He was responding to it and saying he didn't want that. He's repeatedly stated that, and it causes a lot of stress for him.
Have you explored with Jason the reasons why he doesn't want to see his father?
Yes, somewhat.
Do you feel like he has intelligent reasons for not wanting to see his father, or do you feel like this is something that in his mind is just blown out of proportion without a real basis?
No, I think he has grounds for the way he feels.
And so did you work with him in terms of helping him to deal with this pressure?
Yes.
And what can you tell me, like, how you helped him with it? Like, what were the strategies that you came up with?
Well, sure, those basic things that you're talking about is, emotional regulation and what can we do to manage our emotions and how can we stay on baseline. And at the same time, you're dealing with a young man who's feeling the pressure of this whole court case, being pressured to have these visits or, entertain the thought of these things, being fearful of not knowing what's going to happen. And those things are tough for an adult to manage, much less a kid.
Did you push back against DHS? Did you tell DHS that they shouldn't be trying to pressure Jason in this way?
I let them know that I did not think it was a good idea for them to keep pushing the way that they were.
Let me ask you.
I understood their obligation
Uh-huh.
to suggest that and to offer that. And after a certain point, I thought it was too much to keep pushing like that.
Ms. Himinek, you're a counselor, and so maybe you can tell me, because I would love to know the answer to this question.
We'll see if I have one.
When you have a child who is so resistant to seeing a parent, and a parent who is very, very intent on having contact with that child, I mean, how do you work that out when you have a child? I mean, let's say Judge Orr orders phone calls, and mom gets home and tells Jason, "We're gonna talk to your dad," and Jason's like, "I don't want anything to do with this phone call." How do you break that barrier and create healthy contact?
My question would be, how do you consider it useful to keep pushing a child, a young man, let's look at it. He's not 7, he's 13, he's going to be 14 in August, right? I think. Yeah, he's a young man. And he has opinions about how he feels and where he's at right now in terms of what that relationship looks like for him and what he wants it to be. And when anyone has strong feelings about where they are and how it feels for them, I think that should be respected.
So let me ask you this then, from the perspective of Mr. Jones, do you think that there's anything that he can do right now, not necessarily to have contact with Jason, but what can he do to set up, some kind of future contact? Like, what do you feel like the best thing that he can do to achieve his goals while respecting the needs and mental health of his son? What can he do right now?
No, that's a loaded question. To me, respect how Jason feels about this. And I understand that that's got to be hard and painful. It wouldn't feel good to anybody, I don't think. And at the same time, he's a young man whose voice needs to be heard about how he wants this to look for him.
Is Jason still processing the trauma that he has experienced?
I believe so, yes. Yep.
And
And this is part of it.
this is part
He's
of it.
He's not done because he's still in it,
Yeah.
right? He's still in it.
Do you think, as a counselor who has worked with him, that he needs time to do that?
Yes. Yes.
If efforts were made to force Jason to have contact that he did not want to have, or participate in things that he didn't want to participate in, could those backfire and create more distance or trauma for Jason?
Absolutely. That's ongoing, perpetuating, continuing, that discomfort, that unfortunate situation that he feels like he's stuck in.
What is your recommendation for what Jason should be doing going forward? I mean, irrespective of what's happening here with Dad, but just Jason in his own life. Do you think Jason should be counseling? Like, what should Jason be doing to be a better Jason as we go forward?
Yeah, I think that, at this point, the poor kid would like a break. Do I think, let's give you some more counseling right now? No, I think he should be given the opportunity to enjoy his summer. I think when fall and school starts up, we should see where he's at. I think,
As someone who's worked closely with both Corey and Jason, what is your opinion on Corey's abilities as a mother?
I think she has incredible skills on board. And obviously she's capable, or DHS wouldn't have returned custody to her.
Does she, in your opinion, is she facilitating what is best for Jason?
Yes.
Is that something she's talked to you about?
In terms of providing for him, I yet to narrow that
No,
down a
I
little bit.
mean in terms of helping Jason to heal. Do you
Oh, yeah.
feel like that's important to her?
Very much so. Corey's first and primary identity, she will tell you, is I'm a mom. And that is her focus, is doing a good job as a mom.
Thank you, Ms. Jimenez.
Thanks.
Please hold your seat.
Okay.
All right, so Mr. Jones, now is your opportunity to ask this witness any questions about what she's told you.
So, during your testimony, you mentioned that you think that she needs time, more time, to ease into the idea of contact with me, and what would be sufficient time in your professional opinion as a counselor, having worked with Jason?
I didn't say that he needed time to ease into your relationship. I said that he needs to have his voice heard, and what he decides that looks like for him, that's up to him.
And so you're the counselor that's been working with him, but you haven't broached that subject with him, so you really don't know what that looks like for him, or you do?
At this point, he has said repeatedly, and I believe you could even look this up, that last week he said, for the 599th time, I do not want contact with my father.
Okay.
And I said, ask, it'll be 600, so at least we know where we're at.
Cool.
But
Me
he
too.
has been
Now I
asked
know.
repeatedly
Of course
if he
he has.
wants contact with you, and he has continued to be consistent in his not wanting to do that. I'm sorry to even have to say that to you.
No, I'm
But
fully aware of
it's
that,
just
and
where
I'm fully
he's at
aware
right
of
now.
I'm fully aware of that, ma'am. And so, please don't apologize for stating factual,
I'm
from
not
your
apologizing for
perspective.
stating the facts.
Well, you said, I'm sorry that you have
Okay,
to tell
just
me that.
next questions.
Anyways, so you say that you think that, or you're aware that he has sufficient reason to not want contact with me. Can you elaborate on what that sufficient reason is?
No. I think that you were given a letter in which he states in his words what his reasons are.
I have not received any letter from him as such, so I'm unfamiliar
Mr.
with what you're
Turbo,
talking
the
about.
attorney, has that.
It's an
exhibit,
your honor's covered.
Yeah. And so I'm not going to put the words into his mouth about that. He has been consistent about not wanting to have contact.
Okay. Well, I don't really have any further questions on you. I was just looking for a little.
So, Ms. Himona, can you tell me, you talked about the substantial trauma that Jason has undergone. What was the trauma?
He's had multiple incidents of, during his childhood, he's expressed being taken against his will. He has been separated from his mom. He's been put into foster care. He's been exposed to family dynamics that are distressing to him. He's got a lot of stuff in his background.
So I'm trying to understand some more specifics. You testified about trauma that Jason underwent and how he doesn't want to see his father at all. I'm listening but not hearing how the one connects to the other.
In terms of,
So what I've heard in opening statements in the memorandum is that yes, so mom had this breakdown. He went to DHS custody for 16 months.
right,
That father says here has went to prison for sex abuse issues, but presumably not related to
correct, not
Jason.
related to Jason.
So I'm trying to connect the dots here between the so mother lost custody. I'm trying to connect that to father here.
Your Honor, can I just point out to you, if you're referencing the memo also says that during this time, and this was way back, Daniel kidnapped Jason and held him for a week. Daniel's parents, and that was an extremely traumatic event for Jason.
Okay. So, but I need to get it in terms of evidence because kidnapping means
You're
different
gonna
things
hear about it,
different
Your Honor.
people. I don't know if he was convicted of kidnapping or exactly what
Okay.
that means. So let me just continue with the witness then, and if you can explain a little more about the trauma, how his trauma relates to his dad.
The events that the experiences that he has had with his dad, and that is one of the ones that he cites as being terribly upsetting, is being taken and not being returned to mom. He doesn't have a relationship with him. He has felt like the contact previously was not really about him. He did have one video visit with dad when at the request of DHS, so he did comply with doing that initial contact. Before he was removed from his mom, he did not have a healthy ongoing relationship with his dad even before that. And when you think about what is a trauma, an unhealed wound. And so those things that have happened in his past that have to do with his dad are still there for him, and being pushed to have the contact with his dad feels threatening and upsetting to him.
So I'm still having difficulty understanding these things that happened in the past. So Mr. Sherber raised this.
He has a beautiful letter from.
He
Yeah.
refers to this kidnapping. I'm sort of surmising that Jason wasn't handcuffed and gagged and thrown in the trunk of a car.
No.
But so I don't know exactly what happened. The reason I'm asking you a lot of questions here is because when Jason testifies, I want to make it as brief as possible and not make
Right.
him uncomfortable. So I'm
understand.
trying to glean as much as I can without him.
Right.
So maybe we could do this a little bit differently. How long have you been seeing Jason?
Almost a year, because I've been working with Corey, but we brought him in a little bit later.
So tell me, from your perspective of what you know, what Jason's life has looked like for these 13 years. So who was he with? When was he with them?
Right,
When
primarily.
were the parents together? When were they not?
Right. I believe that Dad went to prison pretty early in Jason's life, and I don't have these exact timelines memorized.
So Jason's born sometime around 2010.
Right.
And were the parents together at that time?
And so, like I said, this is their info.
You don't know?
Well, it's not that I don't know the specifics, but.
Okay, so let's just try to take the questions one by one. So the time Jason is born, you don't know if parents were together?
I don't believe they were.
Okay,
And
so you think probably that they weren't together? And so Jason's very early childhood, that was with mom. Were there any events? Well, how was mom doing at that time? Because you're talking about strides that she's made. So how was his childhood, his early childhood? Was he seeing dad? At what stages of Jason's life was dad in prison? I'm trying to understand how he grew up. And
right.
so where his mind is right now.
Right. And as far as those particulars, they are the experts on that.
Okay.
Right?
So, Your Honor, would you like to maybe recall this witness after you've heard some more evidence?
Possibly, although I don't know if she's going to ask to leave.
Well, she's in.
I'm here for as long as you want me to be here.
Okay.
So,
Okay. So you think that perhaps some of the questions I'm asking
Yes.
are more easily answered by?
I think you're going to get the information you want from Jason and Mom.
yes,
Okay.
I understand your desire, and I really am so grateful for your desire not to rake him through a bunch of things.
Yeah.
I think the letter that he wrote to you beautifully outlines the things that he is so concerned about. And the biggest thing that I get from him is that he doesn't feel safe. And that he has felt so
Ms. Draper?
Likely, if you'd like to see Mr. Jones.
Like, the contact previously was not really about him. He did have one video visit with Dad.
What do you see looking forward at perhaps some of the questions I'm asking
Yes,
are more easily answered by?
I think you're going to get the information you want from Jason. Maybe recall this witness after you've heard some more.
And how he grew up and
Right.
so where his mind is right now.
Right. And as far as those particulars, they are the experts on that.
Okay.
Right?
So, Your Honor, would you like to maybe recall this witness after you've heard some more evidence?
Possibly, although I don't know if she's going to ask to leave.
Well, she's in.
I'm here for as long as you want me to be here.
Okay.
So,
Okay. So you think that perhaps some of the questions I'm asking
Yes,
are more easily answered by?
I think you're going to get the information you want from Jason and Mom.
yes,
Okay.
I understand your desire, and I really am so grateful for your desire not to rake him through a bunch of things.
Yeah.
I think the letter that he wrote to you beautifully outlines the things that he is so concerned about. And the biggest thing that I get from him is that he doesn't feel safe. And that he has felt so threatened and just uncomfortable about this whole situation and just has not wanted contact with his dad. Consistently. I mean, he's been asked left, right, and sideways. And that's all I can bring to you is what he has given me.
So I'll just try to poke around here a little bit more though. So we have this the kidnapping incident. I guess. Well, do you know how old Jason was at the time?
He was in,
Okay.
excuse me. I didn't hear it.
Okay. So does
He was
he
taken
talk?
from daycare.
Does he talk about that a lot?
He does not like to talk about these things.
Okay.
He really does not.
So, but you've done a lot of therapy. What does he talk about? What have you talked about mostly?
The things that we work on are dynamics with Mom, about them getting along. We've worked on things about going to school. We've worked on his day-to-day life things. It's been a lot about integrating him back into the home and setting him up to be successful in his home environment, in his school environment, and how he's doing moving forward to be successful.
Do you know if he has an understanding of the reasons his father went to prison?
I believe he has put a lot of those things in his letter.
Okay, so let's just try to focus on the questions. Do you know
That's
if
fine.
he has an understanding?
I believe so.
Okay. And so if I'm understanding correctly, his father went to prison twice, is what he understands the case to be?
Also that he hasn't had a lot of contact with him.
Are there other significant adult figures in Jason's life?
He was in care with his aunt. I know that he has an older brother he would like more contact with.
So during the time that he was placed in substitute care, he was with his aunt?
Yes. Maternal unit, yes.
The program that Ms. Draper completed with you, was that ordered as part of the action plan as a condition of return?
Yes.
How, to your understanding, is Jason doing now in school?
He's doing well. He's moving on to high school next year.
So you've been seeing him for a while now. So before his father got out of prison, what were his primary, what were the objectives in the therapy?
Like I said, it was the integration of the relationship He returned to home in December before Christmas last year. Making sure that environment and the relationship was stable. Those have been the focus.
What is Jason's understanding, as far as you know, of why mother didn't have him for 16 months?
Well, he was there when she had an episode in which she became very dysregulated, and he was removed from her care after that.
And so during these 16 months, did he know what was happening? If he was going to go back to his mom, or did he know what was?
I think he was uncertain. I think as time passed, it was, and they very much, DHS was very respectful of his wishes, and he determined that he wanted to return to his mom, and they heard his voice on that.
So what do you see looking forward as the possibilities of him establishing a relationship with his father?
I don't think it's impossible for him to have a relationship with his dad. And I think that might evolve down the road if he's given the space, if his voice is respected, and then he gets more choice.
It sounds like he's saying, for the 599th time, I'm telling you, I don't want to see my dad. So a child, and I'd have to respectfully disagree with you, a 13, 14-year-old is not an adult. They don't have that.
I get it.
They see things, and unfortunately, there are adults who still think that way.
Just trying to differentiate between 7 and almost 14.
Right, he's obviously on a
We're getting
14-year-old. There's a vast difference. I'd agree with you there. But for somebody his age, and maybe at a lot of ages, it's easier just to not deal with things.
Exactly.
And meanwhile, time is going by. His childhood is, those grains of sand are running through the hourglass. I don't know how you see it from your perspective. It seems to me that the possibility of establishing, a father-child relationship, you cannot achieve the same kind of lifelong when they're both adults, which will be the majority of their relationship, whatever that is, without that base, that foundation that's laid during childhood. Well, the reason I'm asking this is my concern is he's saying, okay, I don't want to see dad. What's going to spur him? Because you're saying, maybe we can do something gradually, which makes sense to me. But is there a reason he's ever going to say, oh, yeah, okay, I'm going to start seeing my dad without some kind of nudge?
Exactly. I mean, and it's up to you, you lucky guy. You get to determine if you're going to be the nudger. And that it's the other thing is sometimes as children get older, they want to explore those relationships with their parents. It's a difference between when it's being offered and when it's being forced. It's every family's different. Every kid is different. Yes, I understand what you're saying about so much has been lost, and he hasn't been there for so much. And I think Jason should be given the opportunity to decide what he'd like that to look like going forward. And how does that feel comfortable to him?
It's right now he's saying, I don't want to have anything to do with that. It seems to me if nobody else brings up the topic of dad, he's probably not going to bring it up. And if nobody does anything, probably there's going to be no contact between the two of them for the foreseeable future. And I think, and tell me if I'm wrong, that in the mental health field they say that a lot of how we of our character as adults and how our own outlook on life has to do with our relationship with our parents, right?
It does. And he's got some opinions about what that relationship looks like right now. And it doesn't feel good to them. And there's also the thinking that if relationships are toxic, that you don't force people to be in them. And that you do your best to respect everybody who's involved in it for the healthiest possible outcome.
Right. And when we see people who are very well adjusted in society, who have, you know, strong self-esteem, who are compassionate people, who, you know, don't take everything personally, these tend to be the kind of people who have solid relationships with each of their parents, right?
They often are people who have worked through their issues and their trauma and made the choices about what that looks like. It's, do you have two healthy parents? Do you want to have relationships with both of those people? And are they healthy people to have those relationships with? Right? So having, it depends on what those parents look like.
What are your thoughts about father's ability to work on this relationship now?
I really don't have enough to know about Dad. I believe everybody's got the chance for change, and if they have the skills and if they're willing, I think there's a lot that can be done. And that all depends on how much people want to put into it.
Can you just, I don't think you put on the record, Mr. Cherba, did you put background, like education, experience, and that kind of thing?
Let's see, I've been with Options for 11 years. In June, I am ABD with my PhD.
You're an ABD?
Yes, all but dissertation for my PhD.
Okay, so you have a master's?
Yes. In counseling.
Okay,
Yes.
all right. And where was that from?
That is from Oakland University in Michigan.
Okay, I thought I could hear something.
People say that.
I was going to guess Chicago or something like that, but it wasn't quite as bad as Chicago. All right.
Not quite as bad.
Yeah.
Okay.
And when was that?
I graduated, 2007 master's.
Okay, so you've been with Options 10 years, that's 2013, and so between 2007 and 2013,
Yes.
what type of...
I was working on my doctorate in counselor education, so I'm a supervisor and I oversee other therapists also, provide consultation. Worked at an inpatient psychiatric hospital. I've worked with inpatient, I've worked outpatient, worked with families.
Okay, in light of the court's questions, does either one of you have additional questions, starting with you, Mr. Cherba?
No, I don't have any more questions for the record.
Sir?
No more questions, Your Honor.
Thank you, you can step down. And my understanding, you're sticking around today?
I'll be here as long as you need me to be here.
Okay, I try not to impose on people more than I have to, so
I appreciate that, but I'll be here as long as you need me.
thank you.
Thank you. I wish there were golden cookie cutter answers that were perfect for everything, but they don't exist, right?
Right. Mr. Cherba, next witness.
I'm gonna bring in Jason Jones, Your Honor.
Mr. Allman.
Would you rather hear from the parents first?
I think so. And look, were you planning on, after he testifies, on sending him home, or what's the plan?
Yeah, I was gonna get him out of the building. But if you feel like it would be better for you to hear from the parents, that's fine. He's with an adult, and he understands the importance of what we're doing, so it wouldn't hurt him to stick around a little bit.
I'd rather hear a little bit more, so I have more background and context when I hear from him.
Okay. All right, so I'm gonna call Corey Draper.
All right, Mr. Draper, you can come forward here to sworn.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do. Thank you. Have a seat in the witness stand, please.
Draper.
Good morning.
So we're going to try to give the judge some of the background that he needs.
Okay.
And so, were you in fact with Mr. Jones when Jason was born?
No.
But I did say in my memo that he was an attentive dad for the first 18 months.
Yes, Daniel Jones was, sorry, I don't know who to look at.
Doesn't matter.
Okay. Daniel Jones was, we met briefly, and then he ended up going to prison. I ended up finding out that I was 3 weeks pregnant after he got arrested. I called his aunt, because
Okay, so we're just big picture, so we
Okay.
don't need every little detail.
Okay.
So he was in prison when Jason was born?
Yes,
Okay. And how old was Jason when he got out?
he was about a year and a half.
Okay. And so when he first got out of prison, and your son is 18 months old, was he interested in the boy? Was he?
Daniel was very good. Sorry, I'm gonna cry because in the beginning, he was a really good father. He would go get Jason. He would pick up Jason, have nights over, take him in the stroller, like a new father would do with a new baby. He would actually come over and stay a few nights with me and help me out, not
Okay.
only with
Okay.
Jason,
so
but my
he was an
oldest
attentive
son.
dad for a while.
Yes,
And then was the next big thing in 2012 when he met Cassandra?
yes.
Okay. And so Cassandra had 2 young daughters.
She had 3
Okay. And he became romantically involved with her.
with the
Cassandra.
yes.
And then what happened?
Daniel kind of, because we've had conversations about this, Daniel kind of drifted away. It kind of didn't come, Jason was no longer his priority like he was in the beginning.
Okay. And what I call the kidnapping in the memo, which may have been an inflammatory word, maybe I could have used a different word, but was that in 2013?
I believe it was in 2014.
Okay. And so tell me why. And so tell me what happened first of all.
This is where I would have to go into detail on how that came about.
Well, he went to. Jason was he was away from you at a daycare, was it?
Yes, but I would have to go into detail on why Daniel did it to have the judge understand why.
Why don't you give me the shortest version you can of why Daniel did it?
Me and Daniel
Before
was.
you do this, tell me one thing. Was there any type of custody order in place at that
No.
time? Okay.
This is an initial case Your Honor was filed this year.
Daniel has always agreed to have Jason live with me. He's always told me I was a good mom. And that he was happy that Jason was happy. But in the beginning, when that happened, Cassandra found out that me and Daniel were sleeping together for a year. He found out that Cassandra found out. So to get
So after he started the relationship with Cassandra, you're saying he was drifting away from his
his son.
son, but then while he was in a relationship with Cassandra, you and Daniel started sleeping together again.
Yes.
While she thought that.
Yes.
Okay.
She found out because she went through his phone. He found out that she knew. So to get back at me, because this is his word, to get back at me, he went and took
Get
Jason
back to you for what?
for Cassandra finding out we were sleeping together.
Okay.
You felt like it was your fault that
Yes.
Cassandra found out?
Yes.
So where was Jason when Daniel took him?
Jason, I just dropped him off at preschool. He went to the preschool behind Riverside Elementary in Grants Pass. I literally just dropped him off. I got a phone call from the school saying that his dad took him. I called the police. I called Daniel. At that time, there was no custody agreement, and Oregon has that 50-50 law. The cops called Daniel. Daniel told the cops it was because he was going to prison. He wanted to spend time with his son. He held him for a week, hid him from me. I called and called. I even called Cassandra, begging Cassandra to bring him home. She wouldn't do it because she was also afraid of Daniel. And that incident will be
tell you himself why Cassandra was afraid of Daniel. He also, I went to every attorney I could think of to get him. The only way I got him back is I called his parents, and they lived next door to each other. I don't know if you, like a house next to a house. They didn't even know Jason was over there. They had no idea. And they were really close with Jason.
And this was after he'd been gone for a week.
Yes.
And Daniel's parents eventually made Daniel bring
Yes.
Jason back to you.
Yes, Caroline told me that Jason was coming home, but the only way I got Jason back is Daniel had me meet him at Staples store. He was sitting there at the computer writing up a custody agreement with Cassandra, standing behind him. And he made up this custody agreement and said the only way I was able to get my son back is to sign that custody agreement. And he had me go to my bank at Wells Fargo and get it notarized. And the lady told him and me that this will not stand up in court. And I said, I will, the notarizer, she said that I will not, this will not, it's not like a judge signing it, basically, type thing. And I told her right in front of her, I will do anything and sign anything to get my son back.
Ms. Draper, can I draw your attention to page 86 of the book that's in front of you? You have one too, Your Honor.
86. Okay.
Is this the custody agreement that you signed?
Yes.
And why did you sign it?
Because I wanted my son home.
If you didn't sign this agreement, would he have given you your son?
No.
So did you sign this under duress?
Yes.
And this is a 50-50 agreement.
Yes.
Did you feel like this was the best thing for Jason at that time?
I didn't even really go over it. I just signed it.
I'm going to offer number 5, Your Honor.
Any objection to petitioner's 5? Have you seen it? Do you have a copy?
Yeah, we filled this out and signed this years ago together, yeah.
Okay, so you don't have any objection to it being admitted as an exhibit?
No.
All right, so it's 5. How do I find it here?
Page 86. Page 86, Your Honor, bottom right corner.
Now, what you gave me in here, would this be the original, the exhibit?
I don't believe it is. It's a copy. That was years. I don't even know where the original is.
I have the original.
No, that's not what I meant by original.
Yes, that's you.
The
You have
actual
the book with
exhibit.
all the stickers. Those are the exhibits.
All right, so 5 is received without objection. Give me a moment here. Neither party shall call the cops on the other. All right, continue, please.
So, Ms. Draper, you were forced to sign this agreement, and then you got Jason back.
Yes.
And what kind of condition was Jason in when you got him back?
He was extremely happy to be home. I can tell it traumatized him because we don't separate. We still sleep in the same bedroom together, or the living room.
How did you know it traumatized him?
Because he wouldn't leave mine or his brother's side at all. Not only did it traumatize Jason, but it traumatized my older son.
So he was not 3, he was more like 4 and a half.
Something like, yeah,
Looking at this.
Okay.
yeah.
So did Jason understand that he had been tricked at that time?
He just said that he talked about it. He said my dad showed up and took me, and I didn't know why, and I couldn't go home, and he wouldn't take me home.
And going forward, how did this change the relationship between you and Mr. Jones?
Yes.
Tell me how.
Daniel drifted off more and more to where we wouldn't see Daniel for years. And then I have to say it because it's going to come out. Because my son mentioned it in the letter. I would try to reach out to Daniel, but I really hardly got a response. The only time I really got a response from Daniel is if I said I wanted to have sex with him, he would come over. The last time Daniel even saw Jason was right before he got arrested for this last crime.
You mean when he went to jail in 2019?
Yeah, I don't know the date on when he went.
All right,
I just
so
know we saw it on the news.
before we come to the present,
Okay.
we're trying to help the judge understand the background.
Okay.
So, this is in March of 2014. Jason was born in 2009.
Yeah,
Okay. What month was he born in?
August.
Oh, he was born in August, okay. So, like the judge said, he was about 4.5 years old when this happened.
Yes, I got pregnant Thanksgiving vacation week.
Okay. And so after this happened, after you were forced to sign this custody arrangement, did Daniel continue to see Jason on a regular basis?
Off and on.
Okay, did you make efforts to facilitate the relationship
Yes.
between dad and child?
Yes.
What did you do?
I would call, the only number I would have. Either call him or Cassandra, because he was with Cassandra for a long time.
Okay. And then,
Or Jason would go to his grandparents.
and when you say his grandparents, are you talking about the parents of Daniel?
Yeah, because they were extremely close up until a few years ago.
Okay. Was it shortly after that this happened that he got charged with the sexual abuse of Cassandra's children?
Yes, I believe so, yes.
And how did that affect his relationship with Jason?
Kind of off and on because we didn't know full detail. I was just told whatever Daniel told me. I learned more of my rights when DHS got involved on that.
Now, Ms. Draper, there's Jason also talks about an incident where Dad put a knife to, is it Cassandra's neck?
Yes.
And when did that happen?
Apparently that happened when he took Jason.
Oh, that happened during this incident.
Yes.
This
And,
incident being what?
This is I'm sorry, what was your question?
You said during this incident.
The what I call the kidnapping when Dad took. So he put a knife to Cassandra's neck during the time he had to take in Jason.
yes.
I see. And was that something that Jason talked to you about?
He did not tell me till years later because he was afraid that no one would believe him. I did confront Daniel on that outside my home where I resided in Grants Pass just a year and a half ago. Daniel told me I can believe whatever I want to believe, but it never happened.
Okay. There's also, what is this about sleeping in a car? Was there some event where Jason had to sleep in a car?
Apparently that was the night that he witnessed Daniel put the knife to Cassandra's throat. He said he had to take care of Ryden and that he had to
Oh, I see.
protect Ryden.
So that also happened at
Yes.
the time when Daniel took Jason?
Yes.
Okay. So moving forward in time, a year or two, I guess at some point you find out that he got charged with sexual abuse of Cassandra's daughters?
Daniel came to me himself and told me that DHS was involved and that that it happened, but he was fighting it and denied it. He's denied it for years. So that's the only thing I knew of until everything came out that he was convicted of it.
Yeah, he was subsequently convicted.
Yeah, we didn't know that.
Now, did he go to jail for that?
That I don't know.
Okay.
I know he went to prison a second time.
What was the first time he went to prison? Oh, you mean when Jason was just born?
Yeah, he went to prison. Jason was just a couple years older when he went to prison for the second time that I've known Daniel.
Oh, so you think he went to prison when Jason was 2 or 3?
I want to say maybe, no, it was after the whole, from him taking Jason. It was after that.
So it was maybe he was 5 or 6.
When he went, yes, he went for a couple years and then got out. And we didn't see Daniel for a long time until I saw Daniel walking down the street.
Well, now wait a minute. So when he got out of prison, that was around 2015, 2016?
Yes, because I lived in a different apartment in 2016 and just got divorced, yes.
And did he, after he got out, did he actually come to your house?
Nope.
He didn't? Okay. So did you know he was out? Did you call him and try to get him to see?
I was driving my grandmother downtown of Grants Pass, and I saw Daniel walking, and I didn't know he was out.
So what did you do after you saw him walking?
I called Daniel. Daniel told me he was trying to do the right thing, not contact me. He said that he told his probation officer about me, that I was crazy, and so it was advised to him not to tell me that he was out.
Okay. So he told you, he said, don't call me. He told you not to call him.
No, he said that he told his probation officer advised him not to call me because he told.
Okay. So he didn't want contact with you.
He said that he was trying to do the right thing because he was told that he
Okay.
couldn't or something.
And so after that, was the next time you saw him on the news in 2019?
I saw him the next time, I believe right after he got with the girl that's sitting behind you.
Okay.
We came over.
Oh, was that in 2017?
Yes, it was. I don't know if it was right before my car accident or right before my car accident.
Okay. So he comes over with a woman sitting behind me in 2017 or somewhere around that.
Something like that, yeah.
And what does he tell you? I mean, was Jason there?
Yes.
Okay.
Jason walked up to me and told me I don't know what to say to him. I said, well, try to talk to him. You know, like, I interact with him. I don't know. I went and sat in the kitchen so that they can have some time together. And my older son was sitting with him. But the whole time, Jason interacted with, I don't know her name, sorry.
Okay.
The girl sitting behind you.
Okay.
And Daniel was in the kitchen trying to be sexual. And I said, why don't you go sit with your girlfriend? And Jason said, Mom, she does have a name. And they all started laughing, and that was
Wait a minute. Are you saying when he came over to your house with his new girlfriend, he was hitting on you?
Yes. And that's when I said, why don't you go in the living room with your girlfriend and my son? Because she laughed at it. We all laughed, and I wasn't trying to be rude. I just didn't know her name. I said, go sit with your girlfriend, and I'm sitting in the kitchen. And Jason said, well, she does have a name, Mom. And I said, well, I don't know her name. I'm not trying to be rude. And then that was the last of it.
So on that occasion, when he came over with his new girlfriend, did he have any substantive contact with Jason, or was it just with you?
Most of it was just with me. The only time I would hear from Daniel is if he wanted to have sex with me.
Okay, and so after that visit in 2017, did you continue to try to facilitate a relationship between Dad and Jason?
I did. I would call Daniel. Daniel would tell me he's busy or just flat out not answer me. There's times where he would tell me he was busy doing something else and then tell me sorry that was to someone else. He was so caught up into methamphetamine, and that's the only drug I've ever known him to do.
So he was in a meth addiction after 2017.
Yeah, he's been in a meth addiction before that, yes.
And so we know he went to jail in 2019. You saw him on the news.
We saw him on the news,
story.
yes.
So how many overnights from the time Jason was born until he went to prison. I mean, in Jason's whole life, has he ever spent an overnight with Mr. Jones without you?
In the beginning, yes.
And so, has that not happened? Jason is 13 now. Has that not happened since he was like 2 or 3 years old?
It stopped right around when I got married, a little after I got married.
I don't know when you got married.
Oh, sorry. And I got married and it's been so long. When did I get married? 2015, I believe I got married, because I got divorced in 2016. Daniel was actually very supportive with me during that, because I had some hard times with my ex-husband. And Daniel would actually be coming over, supporting me. But didn't really do any sleepovers since then, no.
Okay. So he did a sleepover with Jason in 2015?
I think he did when I got married. I sent my kids
But
away.
if he did,
I'm
it
not
was
sure.
an isolated incident, it wasn't regular ongoing parenting.
Right, no.
Okay. So he's never really had ongoing parenting time for more than a couple months.
Not since he got with Cassandra, no.
Okay. Okay. And that was when Jason was 2 or 3 years old.
Yes.
Okay. So,
He never missed a birthday until Jason was about 3 years old.
okay. So then he goes to prison in 2019, and he only got out last month, right?
Yeah.
Now, are you concerned that he has not, do you believe he's demonstrated that he can live as a law-abiding citizen?
No, because I know Daniel's patterns. He'll do really, really good for the first few months when he gets out. And then he seems to go right back into what dragged him down in the first place.
Okay. Okay. And so is that your concern that, what do you think he needs to do in order to put himself in a position to have a relationship with
I
Jason?
think he needs to respect our son and listen to what our son wants, not force Jason. It's been 5 years since Jason has seen him.
So you said when he was sitting here this morning, that was the first time he's
Yes.
seen you since he was 8?
Yes,
All right.
yes.
So I mean, obviously Jason doesn't want to see Daniel. Do you support your son in that?
Yes, I have. And I have also tried to get him to want to open up about it. But it's more traumatizing than to ask him. He has repeatedly not only told me, but CPS and everybody else that was involved that he will run away if he has to have any contact with his father.
Now you heard Mr. Jones tell Judge Orr that he wants phone contact.
Yes.
And how do you, what do you think, does Jason sometimes shut down?
Yes, he does. And Celeste has witnessed that. As soon as she mentions, or anyone mentions Daniel, he shuts completely down to where you have to wait for him to come back to want to talk to you. He just shuts completely down. Jason's a very bright, smart child.
Have you ever tried to force your son to have contact with Daniel, their phone contact?
No.
You've never tried to force that?
No, I've always respected my kids and what they wanted.
How do you feel about the possibility of having to try to force them to have phone contact?
I am terrified
Why?
because of what distress it's going to do to my son and how he's going to react.
What do you think your son needs?
He needs more time. He needs to try to open up about it because he won't open up about it at all. The moment you mention Daniel, because he's been going off on me and Celeste in the past few weeks.
Who's been going off on you?
Jason, because
What
of
do you
this.
mean going off on you?
He's been very angry every time since this whole thing with the custody thing. Because I'm mom, I'm the only one that's there, so he takes it out on me. It brings up the anger. He gets really angry. He starts tearing things apart.
This,
I don't get this. Are you? But he's not living with you or anything. How are you?
He is living with me.
I'm sorry, Ms. Draper, when was Jason returned to you by CPS?
December 15th of 2022.
Okay. You're talking about Jason. I thought you were.
Oh, you thought I would?
describing the
No,
behaviors
me
of-
and Daniel have never lived together. Sorry.
So, in terms of the background, let's talk about why you lost custody of Jason. So you yourself, we've talked about that Jason has experienced some trauma. You had kind of a traumatic childhood too, right?
Yes.
Were you the victim of sexual abuse when you were young?
Yes.
And do you have a relationship with your family to speak of?
No.
So, Ms. Jimenez testified that when she met you in 2022, you were very dysregulated. Do you agree with that?
Yes. I lost custody, and I've apologized from day one. I raised my kids to call 911. Doesn't matter who it is. You speak to whoever you need to.
Okay, so let's talk about what happened. So in April of 21, you had some kind of nervous breakdown.
No, this was in August of 21.
August of
It
21.
was right after his birthday.
Okay.
I was sexually assaulted with my 2 children in the home. The guy is now doing 15 years. I have a current restraining order on him from 21 till 24. I had a nervous breakdown a few months right after.
So you were downtown with Jason, and some kids were laughing, and you thought they were calling you names?
There was 2 guys in a truck, and I was so traumatized by what I just went through, that I thought they were laughing at me because of what I just went through.
Okay. And so your son, Jason, actually called 911, right?
Yes, because he was sitting on the curb, and I ended up walking, he's right here, and I ended up walking over here. I can still see him. I ended up saying some horrible things, and I'll never let myself down for that.
To whom?
To my son. I will never let my son down for that. And I've worked through that. We both have worked through that.
So you had like a nervous breakdown because you thought these people were laughing at you. Is that what happened?
Yes, I thought they were laughing at me because of the sexual assault I just went through.
Yes. Okay.
Yes.
And so you said some things to your son that you regret,
Yes,
and your son called 911.
because we needed some help because I called the cops over and over, and they were not helping but telling me to go to counseling.
Okay. And so that's when Jason went into the custody of CPS.
Yes.
And you knew that you had to make some changes.
Yes,
And did you do that?
I did.
How do you feel now compared to how you felt then?
I feel 100% better compared to what I went through, yes, and where I was. I've always had Jason and my older son with me 24/7. We're a very close family up until then.
And since you
I've
got
done really well. I was homeless. I lived on a mountain, and I made it to every visit. I made it to every appointment that they ever sent me. And I did it all on my cell phone. I would bring Jason home cooked meals to the visit as he requested. And
you're talking about when Jason was in state custody.
Yes,
And so you haven't been able to procure a home for yourself, right?
yes. I moved here and got an apartment, and I actually just moved into the Evelyn Apartments here in Medford.
And that's just a couple
months ago.
blocks away from you.
Yes.
You have a courtyard in front of your
And
apartment.
Jason is so happy. He's been looking up the history of the building. He calls it our forever home. He wants to actually get antique furniture to make it look like the 40s.
And Jason loves anime books.
He loves anime. He reads nonstop. He just finished like a 50-something series. And now he's on another 103 series. He just finished 26.
And when you say a 50 series, you're talking about he read
Books.
50 books.
Yes. Yeah, he reads nonstop all day. He's been going to the library.
Okay, you have like hundreds of books in your home,
Yes,
right?
I do.
I mean, he's not glued to a screen like everybody else is.
No, my kids are not. I did not raise Daniel can verify this. I am not a video game Mom, we are country outdoors. We all like to be outside. He actually said that when he went to school here, there was kids trying to get him in trouble because you can't have phones in school. And they were trying to say he's got a phone in his pocket. And he said he pulled them out and there was a whole bunch of books. And the look on the kids' face, he said it was just, they didn't know what to say.
So, have you and Jason been together almost every minute since you got him back in December?
Yes, we have not separated.
And how do you feel like Jason's doing compared to when you got him back?
He's doing amazing. He loves the school. He's starting the high school right here. He's really outspoken. He's really built his confidence is high. He's taken his sweatshirt off, which he doesn't do in years. He's a sweatshirt kid like he was on today. That kid will never take it off, and now he's taking it off. He's opening it up. He's actually meeting friends at the library. He's doing so good.
When you said before that Jason needs time, is this what you're talking about?
Yes, just kind of give him some space on it because it is traumatizing to him every time we ask. He just gets really angry.
Every time you ask about seeing Dad?
Yes. Or even mentioning Dad, he gets extremely angry.
Okay.
And we're working through that now.
Okay. All right, Mr. Draper, those are all the questions that I have for you right now.
Okay.
So, Mr. Jones, you'll have a chance to ask Mr. Draper questions, but we usually take a break around 10:30, 10:35.
If this pleases your honor, I would just go ahead and state at this point in time, I do not intend to cross-examine Mr. Draper or Mr. Jones, my son.
Okay. All right, so we'll take our break now. Is 10 minutes enough for everybody?
Works for me, right?
All right.
He's ready for one.
We'll see everybody back at 10:45. Of course,
Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, do I give this back to you?
Just you can leave it there.
Oh, okay.
So, just so you know, we no longer live in those apartments because our landlord bullied us out because they didn't respect the safety grounds of my stalking order. So, I got my son a brand new apartment. He's got his own room, his own bathroom. He's stoked. I mean, my son is stoked. The police department are the ones that moved us out of there because of what our old landlord did. So yeah, we just moved into a new place. So we're stoked. And my son is extremely happy. So here we go with some more. And I'm really hoping the governor gets a hold of this. Just saying. I really, really am. And I hope everyone sees that how much of a protective parent I am and my kids.
All right, so just finished my talk with and Mr. Draper.
Oh, my bad.
When that clock is on, that
Here we
means
go.
that the person session that we're recording, so we don't do anything until the recording is on.
Yeah, that's my boyfriend who passed.
All right, Mr. Jones.
He overdosed because I didn't come back. I miss him. It's been a year. I miss him. The no love picture is represents me and my best friend. My best friend that was killed in a tree. So yeah. Welcome to Oregon. So if you're the governor of Oregon, you need to see this video. Just saying. Here we go.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Have a seat and stand, please.
Hand me that one. Thank you.
Can you please state your name for the record, spelling your last?
My name is Daniel James Jones, last name Jones.
And before we continue, just let the parties know. So I'm looking at, there's the case that was formerly consolidated with this case 21JU 04040. So just so the parties will know, I'm going to take a look at that file as well, unless anybody has an objection that they want to raise.
Well, Your Honor, I don't have access to that file.
I have a hard copy right there. If you'd like, you can have it. That both of those documents stacked upside down right there, the upside down and face up. If you just grab that whole stack, that's.
So I have a motion for waiver of fees, motion for request for parenting time, declaration in support of motion for request for parenting time.
Now, I'm talking about the dependency.
Oh, I
This isn't
apologize.
the dependency case.
No, I apologize. Yeah, I understand what you're saying.
Okay. Because it seems to me I ought to take judicial notice of that file because it was consolidated. I realize the parties don't have, well, the parties themselves did originally have access to these documents. I don't know if Ms. Draper would have kept those, but she would have received those during those proceedings.
You get a copy of your juvenile file.
No, they don't do that. They tell us to go look online.
Yeah, they allow us access through an online portal to review or collect any case documentation in regards to the CPS case.
Right, because at the very least, it seems to me I ought to look at the petition and just.
Well, I don't have any objection to you taking judicial notice of the juvenile file.
And I assume you don't either, sir.
I do not, sir.
All right, and I haven't actually viewed it yet, but just was letting the parties know at some point I'm going to be looking at that. Go ahead then, Mr. Churba.
So, Mr. Jones, you agree that you were in prison when Jason was born?
Yes.
And how old was Jason when you got out?
Approximately 18 months.
Okay. And Mom said you were an attentive dad for a little while after you got out. Is that true?
For the subsequent several years, yes.
Okay. And then you met Cassandra.
Cassandra, yes.
And when was that, in 2012?
I believe it was in 2012 when I met Cassandra.
Okay. And how long was it from the time that you met her before you started abusing her daughters?
So the abuse of her daughter, singular, not plurals,
Okay.
was a one-time isolated incident as outlined in the 2013 case.
Okay. You know what? Let me draw your attention to page 30 in your book. Okay, so this is basically your criminal history. Have you had a chance to look at this?
I did not, but I'm looking at it now.
Okay, so it says here that in May of 2005, you were convicted for possession of controlled substance 2. Does that ring a bell?
Correct.
April of 2006, you were convicted of theft. They're in here. I mean, if you'd like.
Yeah,
to
I don't see the 2006, but yes. Anyways, yes.
And then you
Whatever
got.
convictions you have here, I'm certain are correct. I do have an extensive criminal history. That's
Okay.
a fact.
Okay, then I would offer Exhibit 4, Your Honor. It's
What page did you say it was on?
it's on page 30. It's a cover sheet and then all the convictions themselves.
All right, and do you have an objection to that being received in evidence?
I do not.
All right, plaintiff's 4 is received. Give me just a second here, Mr. Churba. What year did you turn 18, sir?
I turned 18 in 2005.
So you're saying you went to prison around the time that Jason was born, but he was born in 2009. So did you go to prison on theft?
Yes, the 2006 conviction for some thefts, identity thefts.
Oh, and by the way, just so you know, the identity theft is him stealing over $100,000 from his parents. Just so you know, they're his first victims.
Yeah.
And the 2013 sex abuse, was that sex abuse 3?
It is sex abuse 3 misdemeanor.
And that was regarding Cassandra's child?
It was.
The sex abuse 3? Was that like a plea of something, a negotiated plea? Or
No,
something?
that was the original charge. I pled no contest.
How old was the child?
17.
Oh, okay. All right. Continue, please, Mr. Turbin.
Okay, so help me understand, Mr. Jones. You went to prison for the theft conviction from April of 2006. You went to prison for that,
Yes.
but you were also convicted of being a felon in possession of a firearm in 2007. So when did you? I mean, how long?
Right. So if you look at that case number 08CR, so wait. 2007. I don't see a 2007 conviction. You mean this 10/7/2008? Oh wait, no, that's not it.
There's a felon. There's a 2006 theft. The second item on the page is theft from 2006. You were convicted in 2006.
Correct.
And then you have another conviction. You have a conviction for being in possession of a firearm in 2007.
Okay. Yes, I see what you're. Okay. Yeah, you're going down the list. I see you.
And then you have an identity theft in 2008, a DUI in 2009, an identity theft, and another theft in 2009. So I'm not understanding how you went to prison. If you went to prison, how were you still getting these criminal charges?
Right. So I was originally sentenced to prison through Josephine County Circuit Court in Grants Pass, Oregon, for the theft charges. While in prison, Medford, Jackson County, charged me with the. So I was in Snake River Correctional Facility. They transported me back here to Medford and convicted me while I was incarcerated in the Department of Corrections.
Oh, so even though these convictions were for
Yes,
after 2006,
but they were
crimes
from-
occurred before.
Correct. That is correct. Yes.
Okay. And so, I mean, so it looks like from 2009, you the theft in 2009, and then nothing else until the 2013 driving while suspended. Were you in prison between 2009 and 2013?
No, not for the whole time. I was released from prison 2010, end of 2010, beginning of 2011. Actually, I think it was, I want to say it might have been February of 2011.
How long did you serve in prison for the theft?
3 years. Yeah.
Okay. And so,
I think 3.5. Actually, shoot, it might have been 4 years. Yeah, because I think I got a total of a 5-year sentence, but I had good time and time served and other factors that played a role in my release date.
okay. So you get out in 2010, and
I would say 2011, just because it would have been within 1 month of 2011. I'm pretty sure it was February of 2011.
Just wait. It will come out where he admits it's no big deal what he did to sexually harassing anyone. Sorry, I was trying to get my hair in my face, but ugh. But yeah. This is what you have to deal with in Oregon. So please, Governor, see this, because this drug-free person who's never done drugs in her life can't say she makes up things. I got a good memory and I know exactly what goes on. So, I don't even know the governor's name in Oregon. She's new. But if you see this, just know this is what really goes on. And this is what happens in Oregon and Medford and Grants Pass and other little small. Besides all the big cities, this is what really goes on. And no, never done drugs. We just couldn't afford things when we grew up, and I got dragged behind a truck. And I'll keep repeating that. I have the chip tooth because I got dragged behind the truck, and we grew up very poor. So, which I'm very proud, because it made us stronger and made us appreciate what we have. And family. It's about having less is more, and that's what I teach my kids. Not more is less. I teach them the other way. Here we go. have a field day, because I'm hoping the governor sees what truly goes on in the justice system here in Medford and Grants Pass, Oregon. And hopefully it'll help others stand up and use their voice and get other people to realize that you're not alone. There's help out there. Just keep fighting, finding it. There is help out there.
All right. So you get out in 2011, and then a couple years later you meet Cassandra, and that leads to you getting the charge for abusing your daughter.
No, so I ended up meeting Cassandra 6 months, I think, after I was released.
Oh, so you met her in 2011.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. And then, did you get sentenced to prison for this sex abuse?
No, sir. That's a misdemeanor.
When was the next time you went to prison?
So in 2016, unlawful delivery of methamphetamine.
Oh, okay. How long did you serve for that?
I received, I want to say, an 18-month sentence, but I did a alternative incarceration program. I only served 11 months ish, give or take a month.
Okay. And so you got out in 2017.
I did. January of 2017, I was released.
And then when you got out, you got back into the meth life, right?
I was clean for a short period of time, before I relapsed again. Yeah, so I've had 2 clean periods in my life leading up until now. But yes, I did relapse and get back into methamphetamine.
Okay. And then did you get sentenced to prison for the 2019 fleeing criminal mischief? Oh, delivery of meth. Okay, so
I did.
Okay, so how long was your prison sentence? That was like a 4-year.
That was a 60-month sentence, good time, transitional leave. I served 3 years, 9 months. I'm sorry, 3 years, 8 months.
Okay, so you just got out last month.
I did, May 9th of 2023.
Okay. So Mr. Jones, do you believe you're a career criminal?
No, sir.
But I mean, this is your rap sheet, right?
Yes, sir.
This is an extensive rap sheet, wouldn't you say?
It is.
So what is the longest period of time that you have been law-abiding?
The longest period of time of law-abiding would have been from my 2011 release. 2011 to
2013.
I guess 2013. Yeah.
Okay, so you've never really gone more than a couple of years so far as law-abiding. Is that something you're hoping to do now?
Correct.
So let's talk about the incident where you took Jason from the daycare. You did take Jason from the daycare, right?
I had picked Jason up on multiple occasions and brought him to school. I did pick him up on the incident in question from a, I don't think it was daycare, I think it was preschool. Okay, same difference.
And did you...
I picked him up on a Friday.
Did you deceive Jason? Did you tell him, hey, your mom told... Because you didn't normally pick him up. You normally would take him there, but you wouldn't pick him up, right?
I didn't normally take him there. I'd only maybe picked him up or dropped him off once or twice for various reasons. It wasn't a normalcy.
And on this particular occasion, did you tell Jason, hey, your mom asked me to pick you up? Is that what you told him?
No.
Why didn't you tell him the reason why you were picking him up?
Just to spend the weekend with him, yeah.
Okay. And why did you decide to hold him for a whole week?
So I did not hold him for a whole week. So when I picked him up, I was on my way back to Glendale, where I resided, as Ms. Draper stated. And I had received a call from the Grants Pass City Police, and they said, I'm standing here with Ms. Draper, and subsequently the kidnapping conversation ensued, at which point I told the officers, I have a looming court date. I will probably be getting sentenced to some jail time. I'm spending the weekend with my son. I currently am on I-5 en route to Glendale passing Sunny Valley at the time. And I said, my address is 147 Sethra Avenue, Glendale, Oregon. I have resided there for over a year now, and that's where my son will be for the weekend, after which point in time I will be returning him to his mother's care, which we did.
But she didn't give you permission to do this, right?
Oh, yeah, I had him like every weekend, every other weekend at that point. He was constantly with my dad or me.
So are you saying that the events that she described where you took Jason without permission and held him for a week, that never happened?
It did not play out in that manner.
So
no.
you're saying you had permission to take Jason, this was no big deal?
I'm saying that Miss Draper was aware of the fact that I was taking my son.
Okay. And she also talked about how once you met Cassandra, you just dropped out of Jason's life. She would call you, you weren't interested. Is that true?
No, sir.
So
as I stated, I met Cassandra in 2011, shortly after my release from my incarceration. It was 2010. I apologize.
okay.
Yeah, because I'm thinking about the timelines, because I went in 2006 and I did the 4 years, so it was 2010. Anyways, so I met Cassandra the same year that I got out. Okay.
So Mr. Jones, let me just ask you this. I don't want to forget about it. Did you put a knife to Cassandra's neck in front of Jason? That when you
At no point in time have I ever brandished a weapon towards Cassandra.
okay? Did Jason have to sleep in a car while he was with you during that week?
During that week, no. I was residing at Sethra Avenue. Subsequently, afterwards, at another time, when I had him, when Cassandra and I were separating, we had both left the residence in Glendale, and I was living in my truck, and I had picked him up, and we slept in my truck in Merlin.
Why did you have Jason sleep in a truck?
Because I was spending the weekend with my son, so I had my two dogs, my son, and we were basically kind of camping. We just spent a day overnight, pretty much, in the truck.
You didn't think that would be a traumatizing thing for a child to sleep in a truck?
No, sir.
Okay.
Throughout my life, I've slept in a vehicle many times during road trips and during different events in my life, and it never traumatized me. I had no reason to think that it would.
So what are you doing now? What is your job now?
So currently, I work at Sherry's Corporation in Grants Pass.
Okay, what do you do at Sherry's?
I am a DMO, dish machine operator, and I'm also a cook training.
You're a machine operator?
Dish machine operator,
Okay.
DMO is the
Okay.
job title that they give you. And I am also a cook.
Is your wife the manager there?
She is an assistant manager there, but she is not the general manager. And with that being said, no, she did not give me my job. It is a corporate location. I actually had to go
I
through the
didn't
GM.
ask that question, sir.
Yeah.
So who is your wife?
My wife is Christina Marie Jones. She happens to be that lady sitting behind you.
What's her maiden name?
Christina Marie Foster.
And how long have you known her?
Known her?
Yeah.
8 years, 7 years when I first met her. Met her through her family. I've known her mom and her sister for closer to a decade.
So Mr. Jones, tell me, I mean, Ms. Draper testified that you have never had continuous parenting time. You've done a couple of overnights here and there, but you've never had continuous parenting time where you were able to build a relationship with Jason. What is your version of that?
So I would say that that's not entirely accurate. In the subsequent years, that is accurate. As you can see through my criminal history, right, that automatically in and of itself is an example of my in and out of Jason's life. When I'm in jail, when I'm in prison, obviously I'm not there visiting my son and having contact. So that in and of itself outlines kind of the idea that you're getting. When I was not in trouble, especially for that 2-year, almost 3-year period there, from 2010 to 2013, I have my son either every other weekend, sometimes every weekend, several weeks during the summer. I resided there. I've sent him many photographs through DHS of holiday events with me, with my parents. Took him out camping. We rode quads. We did boats.
So Mr. Jones, you're telling me that 10 years ago was the last time you had regular contact with your son, and for 10 years you haven't had regular contact with Jason?
No, sir, that's not what I'm saying. I don't know how you would define regular. What I'm saying
I mean,
is...
like every other weekend where you have a schedule and you're seeing him on a regular basis.
That is correct. I've seen him intermittently from 2013 till now.
So you have not had regular contact, it's been intermittent.
That is correct.
Okay. And why? Is that because he's just not, when you were committing crimes and doing other things, your son wasn't a high priority, is that right?
Yeah, when I was in my meth addiction, it's not that he wasn't a high priority, it's that, I'm not going to go pick my son up and go run around to sell drugs.
Okay.
And I'm not going to obviously be able to visit him during periods of incarceration when I had no one to bring him to see me or to facilitate those visitations.
So why is it so important to you to, are you asking, do you believe that Jason doesn't want to see you?
I do not know what Jason wants, as I haven't been able to expressly get that from him. So I do have a letter from Jason, and then we had that video visit, at which time I know that he is expressed.
Can you look on the last page of your book?
Last page. Yep.
Is this the letter that you have?
No.
Okay, this is a different letter. Okay, no, that's fine. So
I got a letter from my son.
So, Mr. Jones, please just wait for a question. So my understanding is that you were having a video visit with him of some kind recently, and he tried to tell you that, hey, I don't want to see you. I don't want anything to do with you, and you just clicked off the video visit. Do you recall that?
That was not recently, and that is not how that happened.
When was that?
That was during when I was still in county jail prior to my sentencing to DOC.
I don't know when that was. Do you know when that was?
I think it was the 2017 arrest.
Okay, so
Or 2016 arrest, I'm
So
sorry.
he was telling you in 2016 or 2017 he didn't want anything to do with you, and you clicked him off?
That is not what he said, and that is not how
What
that
did he say?
transpired.
Tell me what he said.
I was in county jail.
Yeah.
I don't think it was the 2019. I'm pretty sure it was the 2016 conviction. Anyways, Ms. Draper had brought Jason to the jail, and they were in the lobby. There's a video kiosk there for video visitations. During that visitation, Jason pulled out a letter. And I could see the edge, see kind of the writing a little bit on the letter. And it did not appear to me to be something that my son would have written. As he's trying to read this letter to me, and he's saying, why are you such a bad dad, or something like that, or bad person is what he said. And then he started struggling to read words and pronounce words that were on the paper, which, in my point, made me assume that maybe he isn't reading or stating things of his own volition. At that point, I did say, I'm not going to continue this with you, as I don't think it's right, and I hung up the visitation, yes. So I believe that was about 3 or 4 days after I was arrested, and so I was still very much in my meth mindset.
Okay.
And
Are you here today because you want to force your son to have contact with you regardless of what he wants?
I am here today because I believe that it is in my son's best interest to have meaningful relationships with all of his family that love him.
Okay, and if you see your son come into this courtroom and tell the judge, hey, I don't want anything to do with this guy, he has not been there for me, I don't want to see him, I need time for me, is that something you'll respect, or is your position, even if that happens, you still want contact, phone calls, or parenting time?
100%, I am going to exercise my parental rights and request the parenting time through the courts.
Okay,
And
Mr. Jones, do you believe that you have been a positive influence in your son's life, or do you take responsibility for some of the damage that's been done to him?
I believe that both of those statements are true. There has been times in his life when I have shown him structure, stability, love, companionship, what a home life means, and then I have also exhibited behavioral traits to him through my in and out, my absences, my criminal behaviors, the things that are very much so public and easily to be, made aware of and known.
Mr. Jones, why should we believe that you're any different than the guy who has been committing crimes for the last 17 years?
Well, I'm in a totally different place in my life than I was then. I've completed anger management courses, parenting courses that were available to me in prison. I've done cognitive behavioral therapy to learn how to rethink and how to teach myself how to rethink. I've done behavioral trait therapies. I've done drug treatments, and I'm currently enrolled in another drug treatment right now. I have going on almost 4 years clean and sober. I have found gainful employment. I own a house. I have taken steps that I've never taken before. I used to get out and just drive and continue to do whatever I do. I bought an electric bike because I don't have a license. I'm pursuing...
Why don't you have a license?
I do not have a license because of the conviction that sent me to prison because of drugs and eluding.
So, are you not eligible to get a license for a period of time?
I am not. I'm eligible currently for a hardship license, but I'm not going to pursue that until October because I need to be a little more financially stable before I sign up for insurance and car payments and stuff like that.
Is this the first time you've completed classes in prison?
It is not.
So, in the past, you've gone to prison, completed classes, come out of prison, and gotten back into the criminal life.
I have.
And you're saying that this time, even though it appears that the same pattern is being followed, it's going to be different because you're not going to go back into the criminal life.
Yeah, I'm saying that I've made changes within myself that reflect differently for me than any other change I've ever made. Yeah.
But you have no history of being a law-abiding citizen other than the fact that you got out of prison last month and now it's June 22nd, right?
I do have a history of being a law-abiding citizen.
When,
That is
from
not
2010
accurate.
to 2013, is that what you're saying?
Every stretch of time in between convictions was law-abiding. So.
Okay. Okay. I don't have any other questions for you.
Okay.
Tell me, what
Yes,
we
sir.
were just talking about, you just
I think I
you
just
said,
hit a
you
flow.
said when Mr. Chirp was asking you why it's different this time.
Yes, sir.
So first of all, I'm sure you understand why a person from the outside might look at that and say, "Well, I don't trust that."
Absolutely.
But you tell me, your comment was that you said I've made changes within myself
Yes.
that are different from any change I've ever made before.
Yes, sir.
Explain that to me.
So instead of blaming other people for my actions, making excuses for why I got high, why I did it, any crime or anything like that, during my incarceration, instead of hanging out with people that glorify things, I only associated with a select couple of people, and all of these programs that I did in prison this time were all self-help. In terms of I voluntarily did them, and they were through Treasure Valley Community College. So I've actually decided to want the change versus somebody telling me, go do this class, which my previous classes, as I spoke about during the 2016-2017, I did the AIP program. That was, hey, I'll let you out of prison early if you do this. This time I completed a total of 9 different curriculums of my own volition. I actively participated in counseling sessions with my DOC counselor once a month, every month for my entire stay, completing assignments on time that he asked me to. I'm not laying out or trying to dictate terms with my parole officers and accepting everything that they have to tell me and to do because it's just and because it's what I need to do. Then there's the desire to be a better person. I'm 36 years old, and I don't want to be that guy going back to prison again, getting out of prison with nothing at 60 years old, in and out of the system with no retirement, no legacy, and nothing to leave behind except for hate, discontent, and destruction. So it's a mindset, it's a willingness, and during my incarceration, I'm also of that age where, you know, a lot of people in my life are starting to pass away. All in an 18-month period, I lost my last grandparent, my aunt, my mom, my stepdad, my mother-in-law, several of them within a 6-month time frame of each other. And so the mortality of the world, what I'm wasting, and what I'm doing to other people really kind of came into focus and perspective. So it's a large conglomeration of things. So that's the things within me, the ownership, the acceptance, the desire to be done, and the losses, and the realization of what's been happening to myself, to my children, to my community, at my hands and at others, and a desire to make that better as well. So, and then there's of course the physical differences as well. You know, owning a house now, something I've never had. Home stability, huge factor in my relapses. Typically speaking, if I ever lost housing, lost a relationship, things like that, I would revert back to living on the streets with people that I would use drugs with, running and gunning, so to speak. And so I also have that huge stability difference now. So.
How long have you been out right now?
I have been out only a month and a half yet. So May 9th of 2023, I was released.
When did you and Christina get married?
Christina and I got married May 26th of 2022.
While you were in prison?
Yes, sir. And her and I have been together for 6 years. So we had actually talked about getting married before I got arrested. And then when I got arrested, we were going to go ahead and get married because we'd already planned to, and then COVID hit. And during COVID in prison, all visitations were canceled, marriages were canceled, any outside type visitation stuff was canceled, and so that pushed the date back several years, which is how we landed on the subsequent date that I just gave you.
And so you bought this house together with Christina?
So we essentially, yes. So when my mother passed,
seems like that'd be a difficult stunt to do to get out of prison. I get a loan within 30.
So we didn't get a loan. The house was owned free and clear. So what happened is when I mentioned that my mother passed away, she owned the house, but she died without a will and with debts. And so I was able to pay all of the debts and get the house through probate. So subsequently, I ended up basically getting 5 acres for about $20,000. So
that's out in like rural Joe County?
It is in Murphy, off of New Hope Road, if you're familiar with the area at all.
Okay, yeah.
Yep, James Drive, New Hope Road.
And so you drive into Grants Pass every day to
I ride an electric bicycle, yes.
Oh, it's a bit of a ride for an electric bike.
It is. So I went and we sprung and bought the larger battery and did our research, and so I get 3 trips to town on a charge. Yeah, so not bad.
One thing that struck me, you said that you were sort of living crime-free in between all these convictions.
For short periods of time, yes. With the exception of the one, which was just a couple years, which is still in the grand scheme of a 36-year lifespan, a pretty small stretch.
Yeah.
So for instance, when I was released in 2017, was working at Wild River, had a house, was doing okay, ended up losing my housing, relapsed, and it was just a few short months from relapse to back in prison. It was a very quick transition. So
you're not very skilled then at evading the police?
Clearly, I am not. No, sir. And as my record shows, right, I have an inability. Most of my crime and drugs go hand in hand, so I end up relapsing and subsequently commit crimes to support my habits and things of that nature. So
you, when you were selling, you ended up just selling to an informant, and they popped you on that?
no, sir. I had just gotten a looting charge, and when they stopped me, I had a bag of methamphetamine on me, and they charged me with a delivery.
Because of the quantity?
It was only 6 grams. So less than a quarter ounce, but I had an attorney that basically said, dude, there's nothing you can do, right? So,
okay.
I followed the advice of my attorney and just pled guilty to a 60-month
Gotcha.
sentence.
Moving on, back to the focus of this hearing is your son Jason. So this video visit that occurred at the jail, we're talking about
Yes.
like about what 5 years ago. So it was at the jail, but still it wasn't in person. Is that how it was?
Correct. Yeah, it was through a video visit. So I was on the unit on a video kiosk.
So he's 8, and you felt like when he was talking to you, he was reading from something that you say you feel he couldn't have written because he couldn't
You know,
speak the words.
well, and as I stated, I was very much so delusionally still, very, very high.
Oh, you're actually high.
3 days in, so when I got pulled over and arrested, I had just consumed a large amount of drugs, and I was still very much so pretty messed up.
But for 3 days.
Yeah, because I was high for a day or two, and then, to the point of, like, people couldn't wake me up to eat. People are eating my, just delusionally out of it, basically, and that was, so whether or not he did or not, at the time I remember thinking it, and I remember saying it to my spouse during a subsequent phone call a few days later, but whether or not he actually did and whether or not that's even an actual depiction of what was happening, I can't say that that's factual. I can say that was the way that I was interpreting it at the time, and so yes, I thought that it was bad for him and bad for me, and that it was just that this was not an appropriate conversation. And at the time, I didn't really know how to have conversations about my behavior without projecting onto others. So instead of lashing out at him or something, I just disengaged.
So, but mom having brought him there suggests to me, and tell me if I'm not correct, that mom was trying to facilitate a relationship between the two of you.
No, sir. So throughout the subsequent years of 2013 on, there was times when I would try to have contact or visitation with Jason that was not fruitful. Dealing with Miss Draper can be or has been a challenge for many different reasons, but yeah. Anyways,
But she brought him to the jail.
she brought him to basically to belittle me, to talk down to me, and to
Why do you believe that?
because of the way that it transpired and because of her actions in the past. So I've seen this in her older son growing up next to my son, and a lot of these parental alienation and mental abuse tactics and things that occur and that are now having been occurred with my son as well. So it's just, we were speaking about patterns a little bit ago in regards to me. Well, there's also patterns on the other side of this. So it's not like I was only around for one day and didn't know, had no interactions with Miss Draper. There was a lot of ups and downs back and forth, and she was, at that point in time, very, very much so manipulative.
Okay. Tell me, they're telling me that apparently Jason is going to come in here and say he doesn't want to have any contact with you. Apparently, he's told the therapist, For the
I'm
599
aware that
time,
he's
I
also
don't
told
have.
DHS this.
What in your mind do you attribute that position to?
So there's several things that I attribute it to. First and foremost, there was a period of time when I had mentioned that Cassandra and I separated. We left our residence, and it was a terrible ordeal.
How was it for him? How was he?
So there was one visit while he was there, and Cassandra and I, we were orally arguing, and we had gotten to the point where I would come home from work, and her and I would just be, arguing, sometimes even yelling. And so it was pretty bad. And so Jason was witness to one of that episodes. He was at my house, and
in that instance, there was no actual violence or threats of
no.
violence?
So there's never been any type of, as you can see from my record,
I have noticed that you don't have assaults or
assaults or any
harassment
type of physical abuses like that. Yeah. And so, as you can see from my record, I'm more of a runner than a fighter. But we did get to the point where our relationship was very toxic, and Jason did see a portion of that, and I did, towards the end, see that affecting him adversely. In his mannerisms and his behaviors when he would come to my house. He was less excited about it. And rightfully so. I grew up in that type of setting with my mother for a long period of time, so I started to see and realize that. And then also, the in and out, being in and out of his life. I mean, that I'm sure is a challenge and hard. I also believe that a large portion of that through, as Ms. Draper said, my parents were very much so part of his life. And we're talking every month, several times a month.
So you had described me earlier.
My dad and my
There were
stepmom.
several.
I'm sorry. Yeah, my dad and my stepmom.
Your dad. So I think you were telling me that your mom just recently died.
Yes, my dad
And your stepdad.
Yes.
But you have your bio dad and
my
stepmom. They're
Correct.
still around.
Yes, sir. They still reside in Glendale, Oregon. And so, so throughout his entire life, they were very much a part of his life up until his 8th birthday, at which point my parents have expressed to me that basically they were no longer able to or allowed to communicate with Jason on a regular basis, and I know other people in the family have expressed that as well. So there's been there's been
Objection. He's telling you that other people are telling him that they're not allowed to communicate with Jason.
So from my own experience, I'll sustain to that, or I can restate my statement without involving anyone else. There has been noticeable parental alienation tactics and techniques deployed.
What specific? Give me an example of what you.
For instance, I tried to get Jason birthday cards and photographs, and I had my wife take them over and try to handle them, try to give them to Corey, and they were refused.
When was that?
That was during my incarceration.
Okay, but when?
2019. I'm sorry, 2000.
So you're saying
2020.
20. So you're saying Christina took them over to
Yes, sir.
Corey's house and they were turned away.
Yes, sir. And I've tried to establish. So during the CPS case, a lady named Lynette Milligan was assigned to work with Jason, which was kind of a fiasco all in all. But during one of those meetings, the statement was made and subsequently told to CPS and to myself during a life meeting that Jason made the comment he's not allowed to talk about me at his mom's house.
Who said that? Question and native objection. Who said that?
Lynette Milligan.
Objection.
Sustained. So, tell me, how do you view this now? I mean, assuming that Jason's going to say what everybody's saying he's going to say, and 13-year-olds are, that's
Absolutely.
kind of the whatever age, that's how they respond, right? And it's a difficult time for them, too, very difficult time to be 13, right? And apparently he's putting up a wall here.
It would seem, yes.
What's your plan? Because I need to figure out what the correct orders would be here to make. What would be your plan on sort of breaking down this wall in a way that is constructive to the relationship between the two?
So CPS.
Excuse me. I'm sorry, Your Honor. I just want to bring to your attention that we have the CPS worker at 11:30. So I don't know if she's going to be available in the afternoon. If we want to take her, we might want to.
All right, that makes sense. Let's put a bookmark there, and we'll take the other witness, because apparently she's only available
Sure.
right now, and we'll pick that up.
Step down then, or stay up here?
What's that?
Step down or stay up
You
here?
can step down.
Okay.
Janelle,
Me?
she's telling me that she does not have the invite.
I can send it to her again.
Okay, can you just send it to me and I'll just forward it to her? Or do you want me to read you her email address?
I have to.
Oh, you have, okay, yeah, that's great.
Have resent that. Tech is not her strong point.
Hey, Rose, can you check your email? The clerk told me that she just sent you the link that you need to click to get into the courtroom. It should say Messenger, I think. Is it still for Messenger, Gina?
WebEx.
Are you seeing it? Okay, thank you. She's walking to a room, Your Honor.
This is, you said Rose Dalton.
Rose Dalton, yes.
She is gone.
She said that she had the
She said she had the, yeah, that's what she said.
oh, okay, there she is.
Oh, so you don't have her by video?
She should be back here. She's
Do we have everything here on?
there. She's locked on.
Are you seeing her come in?
Yep, she just came.
Or are these large ones? Okay, there we go. All right, we can see you now, Miss Dalton. Can you hear me? Back the camera up so that you can see the witness from the witness stand.
Miss Dalton, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
All right, Ms. Dalton, we'll start off by swearing you in. If you could please raise your right hand. All right, under penalty of perjury, do you solemnly swear that all the testimony you're about to provide will be the truth?
I do.
All right, Mr. Churba.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Dalton, tell me what you do for a living, please.
I am employed by Oregon Department of Children's Services.
And what is your position?
I'm a permanency ongoing worker currently.
Okay, and do you know the parties in the courtroom with me?
Yes.
How do you know them?
I had an open case for a couple of years, and I just closed it.
Okay, so you were their caseworker for a long time, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Now, Ms. Dalton, I previously sent you an exhibit that I marked as Exhibit 1. Do you have that with you?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And can you tell me what this is? It seems to be labeled Life Case Planning Meeting Notes.
Correct.
Well, so what is this?
This is one of the, I believe it's the first Life Team meeting on 11/16/2021 for this family. It's a planning meeting. It's a support meeting. It's kind of to gather all the information and assist the family in working through the issues at hand.
Was Mr. Jones at the meeting that these notes describe?
He was incarcerated, but I believe he was by phone.
Okay.
I don't remember if he was by video or not.
Okay. And on page 5, at the bottom of your exhibit, I think if you look, it says page 5. It says Discovery 59, and then there's a 5 there too. Do you see that?
Yes.
It says here towards the bottom of the page, Daniel discusses his ownership of lack of parenting as he has been in and out of prison. Daniel chose not to be around Jason when Daniel was on drugs. Daniel states that he hasn't been there for Jason, that Daniel has been alienating Jason from himself. Daniel states he believes that is where Jason's walls have built up. Do you recall him making those statements?
Yes.
And was this an ongoing theme of your work with Mr. Jones? The damage that he had done to the relationship that he had with his son?
Yes.
But he was pressuring you to force his son to have contact with him, wasn't he?
He was wanting us to do whatever we could to get Jason to visit with him.
Now, did you explain to him that Jason didn't want to have any contact with him?
Yes.
What was his reaction when you told him that?
He just felt like more counseling and more services would help.
Did it?
Not really. We got one visit in, one video visit, and then Jason said, "No, I don't want to do that."
Did Mr. Jones threaten to sue the agency for not trying hard enough to force his son to see him?
Yes.
Did he actually file papers in the juvenile court accusing you of not making efforts to reunite him and his son?
Yes.
How did those turn out in the motions that he filed?
We had a trial. The judge did not agree with his allegations, but we had presented that we had actually hired a therapist just a month after that meeting. I think that started in February or something. We hired that. We had hired a FCC program to help with Jason's feelings and emotions regarding his father.
And so you hired a therapist specifically to work with Jason to reunite him with his father, and it still didn't take?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you talk to Jason much about his reasons for not wanting to see his father?
I did. Initially, we could only ask him one or two questions before he would shut down. And as he got more and more comfortable, because the therapy did help, he felt like he had more of a voice, he would start to open up a little bit. He talked about some pretty traumatic events that had happened. He said that he witnessed with his dad. And, but again, there was allegations that I was somehow persuading Jason not to say things. So then I started having other people ask Jason about his feelings so that I wasn't accused of persuading him one way or the other. So I had the life facilitator person, the SSA that does the visits, the therapist, different everybody else, so that it wasn't just me asking him.
Tell me again what Mr. Jones accused you of in terms of telling Jason?
That somehow I was not asking it in the right way or not encouraging him or whatever. I don't understand where his thought process was there, because, I mean, Jason's old enough to, you know, if you ask a question, he's old enough to answer it if he wants to.
Ms. Dalton, did you ever have an agenda to discourage Jason from seeing his dad?
You know.
We still got you? We lost your picture, but you can still hear me?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, I had no agenda.
Oh, you're back. Drawing your attention to, I'm sorry, offer Exhibit 1, Your Honor.
Mr. Jones, any objection to Petitioner's Exhibit 1? All right, and what page is that on, sir?
It's on page 1.
And it consists of how many pages?
7 pages. I'm sorry, 6 pages, 6-page exhibit.
All right, Petitioner's 1 is received.
Ms. Dalton, drawing your attention to plaintiff's number 2, which is on page 7. You have that one?
Yes.
Can you tell me what this is?
The family report?
Yeah. And so what is this? What is a family report?
It's a report that is done periodically throughout the case to update the court as far as what the progress is and how things are going.
And if you turn to page 12, it says there, Corey is very proud of herself for making the needed changes for her son to be able to return home.
Yes.
Is that something that Ms. Draper did? Did she make the changes that were needed?
Yes.
Were you impressed with the progress that she made during the case?
Yes.
What kind of changes did you see in Ms. Draper?
She went from when the case first opened up, as far as not being able to regulate her emotions, not being able to manage things, would say things inappropriately to her son and anybody else, just out of sheer frustration and lots of trauma that she had suffered. And she went from that to where she could manage her emotions. She sought out services and help for her and her son. She has, established relationships with the FCC team, which if she needs anything, even though the case is closed, they'd be glad to help her. I mean, it's not where she's never going to talk to anybody again, because, it's actually been pleasurable again to work with her.
Did you support the decision to give Jason back to her?
Yes.
Do you consider her a success story for the agency?
Yes.
Okay. Offer Exhibit 2, Your Honor, that goes from page 7 to 27.
Is that a 2 on there?
Yeah, that's 2.
So, I'm sorry, sir, what do you think?
Okay.
No objection, all right, so, I'm gonna put my own 2 on there.
Okay.
I don't know how you can.
Maybe you make better twos than I do.
Yeah, I'm really good. Okay, so 2 is received.
Thank you very much, Ms. Dalton. I don't have any more questions, but please hold your seat. You may have some more questions.
Okay.
Okay, we have those screens now, so you don't have to hurt your neck there. Go ahead, Mr. Jones.
Ms. Dalton, this Mr. Jones. So during the ongoing CPS investigation, did Jason not write me a letter in November prior to the...
So, just so you guys know, this was sent just a couple days ago when my older son's father told me his aunt is not dead, that she is alive. Rest in peace. I hope she didn't die. But she is alive. She's just not doing really well. And this is where he says he did not tell the judge, okay, that he did not tell the judge that his aunt died. When, yes, he did. He clearly told the judge that his aunt died. Look at it. He says, I didn't even know my aunt was sick until yesterday. It wasn't said in court. Well, you guys all just heard him say it, right? You just all heard him say that he told the judge that she died while he was in prison. So, this guy is so sick. So sick. And this is what people want? No. This is why I have sole custody, and it says only if the child requested it, and it's a big if. Yeah. So let me continue, because I'm really hoping this gets to the governor or somebody that actually wants to, yeah. So, here we go.
video visit?
Yes, he did.
Okay. And during the course of this investigation, did I not send hundreds of pages worth of letters, photos, communication through DHS and my attorneys to provide Jason?
Yes.
Okay.
I don't know what just happened. Hold on, guys. I think I just pushed something. Hold on. Here you guys go. That's where I told him I found out that he lied, and yeah, that everyone gave him up. And I even said if Jason decides, that's fine, but no, this is gross. I'm hoping the judge sees this. Like, to literally, that's how low and dirty, to literally deny everything you did to your son. That's why you're being held accountable. You didn't get anything but records, and it's up to our son. And you've never been there, and everything you've done is die. Like, and you're going to tell a judge that? That's gross. Like, I feel so sorry for your aunt. I'm actually glad my oldest son's father has kids with your cousin, because at least I know the truth, because he wouldn't lie to me about that. That's gross. So, yeah. Here we go again. So all the judges and the governor and all the attorneys, everybody, they need to see this. Just saying. And they're going to, hopefully.
The clock, when that clock is on, that means
gather all the information and assist the family in working through the issues at hand.
Was Mr. Jones at the meeting that these notes describe?
He was incarcerated, but I believe he was by phone. I
Okay.
don't remember if he was by video or not.
Okay. And on page 5, at the bottom of your exhibit, I think if you look, it says page 5. It says Discovery 59, and then there's a 5 there too. Do you see that?
Yes.
It says here towards the bottom of the page, Daniel discusses his ownership of lack of parenting as he has been in and out of prison. Daniel chose not to be around Jason when Daniel was on drugs. Daniel states that he hasn't been there for Jason, that Daniel has been alienating Jason from himself. Daniel states he believes that is where Jason's walls have built up. Do you recall him making those statements?
Yes.
And was this an ongoing theme of your work with Mr. Jones? The damage that he had done to the relationship that he had with his son?
Yeah.
But he was pressuring you to force his son to have contact with him, wasn't he?
He was wanting us to do whatever we could to get Jason to visit with him.
Now, did you explain to him that Jason didn't want to have any contact with him?
Yes.
What was his reaction when you told him that?
He just felt like more counseling and more services would help.
Did it?
Not really. We got one visit in, one video visit, and then Jason said, "No, I don't want to do that."
Did Mr. Jones threaten to sue the agency for not trying hard enough to force his son to see him?
Yes.
Did he actually file papers in the juvenile court accusing you of not making efforts to reunite him and his son?
Yes.
How did those turn out in the motions that he filed?
We had a trial. The judge did not agree with his allegations, but we had presented that we had actually hired a therapist just a month after that meeting. I think that started in February or something. We hired that. We had hired a FCC program to help with Jason's feelings and emotions regarding his father.
And so you hired a therapist specifically to work with Jason to reunite him with his father, and it still didn't take?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you talk to Jason much about his reasons for not wanting to see his father?
I did. Initially, we could only ask him one or two questions before he would shut down. And as he got more and more comfortable, because the therapy did help, I mean, he felt like he had more of a voice, he would start to open up a little bit. He talked about some pretty traumatic events that had happened. He said that he witnessed with his dad. And, but again, there was allegations that I was somehow persuading Jason not to say things. So then I started having other people ask Jason about his feelings so that I wasn't accused of persuading him one way or the other. So I had the life facilitator person, the SSA that does the visits, the therapist, everybody else, so that it wasn't just me asking him.
Tell me again what Mr. Jones accused you of in terms of telling Jason?
That somehow I was not asking it in the right way, or not encouraging him or whatever. I don't understand where his thought process was there, because, I mean, Jason's old enough to, you know, if you ask a question, he's old enough to answer it if he wants to.
Ms. Dalton, did you ever have an agenda to discourage Jason from seeing his dad?
You know,
We still got you? We lost your picture, but you can still hear me?
yeah,
Okay.
no, I had no agenda.
Oh, you're back. Drawing your attention to, I'm sorry, offer Exhibit 1, Your Honor.
Mr. Jones, any objection to Petitioner's Exhibit 1? All right, and what page is that on, sir?
On page 1.
And it consists of how many pages?
7 pages. I'm sorry, 6 pages, 6-page exhibit.
All right, Petitioner's 1 is received.
Ms. Dalton, drawing your attention to plaintiff's number 2, which is on page 7. You have that one?
Yes.
Can you tell me what this is?
The family report?
Yeah. And so what is this? What is a family report?
It's a report that is done periodically throughout the case to update the court as far as what the progress is and how things are going.
And if you turn to page 12, it says there, Corey is very proud of herself for making the needed changes for her son to be able to return home. Is that something that Ms. Draper did? Did she make the changes that were needed?
Yes.
Were you impressed with the progress that she made during the case?
Yes.
What kind of changes did you see in Ms. Draper?
She went from when the case first opened up, as far as not being able to regulate her emotions, not being able to manage things, would say things inappropriately to her son and anybody else, just out of sheer frustration and lots of trauma that she had suffered. And she went from that to where she could manage her emotions. She sought out services and help for her and her son. She has, established relationships with the FCC team, which if she needs anything, even though the case is closed, they'd be glad to help her. I mean, it's not where she's never going to talk to anybody again, because, it's actually been pleasurable again to work with her.
Did you support the decision to give Jason back to her?
Yes.
Do you consider her a success story for the agency?
Yes.
Offer Exhibit 2, Your Honor, that goes from page 7 to 27.
Mr. Jones, these 20 pages of exhibit, is that a 2 on there?
Yeah, that's 2.
Alright, so, I'm sorry, sir, what did you say?
No objection.
No objection, alright, so, I'm gonna put my own 2 on
Okay.
there. I don't know how you can.
Maybe you make better 2s than I do.
Yeah. I'm really good at that. Okay, so 2 is received.
Thank you very much, Ms. Dalton. I don't have any more questions, but please hold your seat. You may have some more questions.
Okay.
Okay, we have those screens now, so you don't have to hurt your neck there. Go ahead, Mr. Jones.
Ms. Dalton, Mr. Jones, so during the ongoing CPS investigation, did Jason not write me a letter in November prior to the video visit?
Yes, he did.
Okay. And during the course of this investigation, did I not send hundreds of pages worth of letters, photos, communication through DHS and my attorneys to provide Jason?
Yes.
Okay. And was he not receiving this communication at first very reluctantly and even denying it? When I first
I'm not
sent
sure. Yeah.
when I first sent
I'm not
the stack of letters to Jason prior to his working with Lynette Milligan or a therapist, was he refusing the letters and photographs and everything?
Yes.
And subsequently, after working with Lynette Milligan and with the Department of Human Services CPS division, did Jason not open up and begin to read those letters and even seem excited for them and view the photos with, I believe the terms you guys used with me was excitement?
Yes.
Okay. I have no further questions.
Any further, Mr. Churba?
Yeah, Ms. Dalton, is it true that Dad put some $50 gift cards in there?
Yeah, he started giving gift cards to his wife, I believe, and to Katrin Gully, the live coordinator. I think there was 3. There might have been 4, and I think the last one was at Christmas time. I think there was 4 actually.
So was Jason excited about the letters or the cash cards?
Well, I know I actually asked him in the last one. He was excited about the cash card.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much, Ms. Dalton. Please hang on, and Judge may have some questions for you.
So, Ms. Dalton, just one point I wanted to clarify. Mr. Churba initially asked you a question about Mr. Jones threatening to sue the agency, I guess, and then you talked about a trial that proceeded, I'm guessing, but tell me if I'm wrong, that this trial was not based on a suit that Mr. Jones filed, but we're talking about he was alleging in a jurisdictional trial that the agency hadn't gone through the reasonable efforts that are required by statute for reunification. Is that what was going on?
Correct. Yes.
Okay. All right. That'll be all then, Ms. Dalton. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Dalton.
Right, so we still have another 10 minutes before lunch. Why don't we continue? If you want to come back up.
Do I need to be sworn in again?
No, you're still under oath.
Okay.
Thank you for that, Your Honor.
So, would you like me to continue answering the question that we left off with?
Yes. So, and I think the question was focused on how we got a serious problem on our hands now.
Correct.
You want your child to have a relationship with you. He's 13 and he's giving a hard no. What's the approach?
So, as I said, first and foremost, understanding, regardless of mine or anybody else's standpoint, his emotional standpoint on me in this entire circumstance revolving around CPS and prior to and now that it's done afterwards. So respecting that in the aspect of not accepting a hard no and just saying, okay, do what you want and have nothing, no contact with me and no relationship with your father, but to say, to be understanding, be patient, be baby steps, right? And that's why I'm saying, a phone call once a month for 15 minutes, even if he chooses not to speak back, just to have it on speakerphone and the phone to be in the same room as him, I could hold a 5-minute conversation about something that interests him. So,
Like what?
So for instance, I know that he has played like Minecraft, the Dragon Ball Z game on video games. I know that he's into manga and anime. Manga is a type of anime. I'm not really big on the differentiation between the two. As far as I understand, they're both animes, really. I guess manga is a style of writing them. And so I've actually picked up a couple of Narutos, which he was big into. I understand he's past the Naruto for the most part, I think. But again, I don't have regular communication, so I'm not 100% sure. So with that being said, I have taken the time to do some research and to begin divesting myself into his interests. So that way, even if he chooses not to talk about it, I can talk about a manga that I'm reading or an anime book that I have recently picked up or something of that nature. So just relate to him on his own terms. And then being able to write letters or send photographs of, past fun events or, my Christmas trees or, whatever holiday, Halloween decorations or something, things like that. So be able to relate to him through past good memories, be accepting to whatever it is that he has to say, right? So if I call and he says, "You're a jerk," okay, well, I appreciate that you feel that way and I love you, and if there's anything I can do to help you with that, let me know, So basically just being accepting to his mental and emotional standpoints on things, which I'm much more prepared to do now than I was in the past. And so, baby steps, right? So maybe start with the phone. And then, I know that he's not huge into playing video games all the time, but if he is into any type of, man, I apologize. If there's any type of games that he's into that are an online forum, I'm not familiar with online gaming. Again, it's something that I would have to learn. But I have started doing things like that Dragon Ball Z video game. I went out and bought it. When he was in CPS, it was a game that he got while he was living with his Aunt Megan. I know that he was into Minecraft, so I went out and bought Minecraft, right? So just relating to him, baby steps, phone calls, maybe internet video visitations come next, or online gaming, and then then maybe in-person half-hour visits in a public place, right? Or like I said, through a court supervision place. So I'm prepared to make the transition possible and facilitate it in every way I can to be as comfortable for him as possible, but to also not shun it, because as we've heard testimony both ways, some people say, oh, well, the counseling didn't help. But then we just heard that the counseling did help. We heard that he wanted nothing to do with me, but then we just heard that there's hundreds of pages of letters that he was actually excited to be receiving at one point. So I understand that as a 13-year-old child, and with everything going on in his life, that there's going to be a lot of ambivalence, right? And that thoughts, feelings, emotions can change from day to day, and any one given thing on any given day can trigger or change that, and so I have to be prepared to accept those changes and be fluid throughout this process. So I think that at this point, he did write me a letter, the letter I referenced when I spoke to Ms. Dalton prior to the video visit. He wrote me a letter directly through CPS that I received while incarcerated. I don't have it with me.
How long ago was that?
This was in November of just last year, so a month before the video visit. And in that letter, he told me that he was into manga and the Dragon Ball Z game. He actually even provided me with his online gamer name that he was using when he was living with his Aunt Megan. Obviously, being incarcerated, I had no way to access the internet to pursue that avenue of communication. And with the DHS case ongoing, I was not allowed to pursue communication outside of DHS. So abiding by their terms and conditions, I continued writing letters and sending photographs. And as you heard, even sending monetary gifts periodically. Not much, as age appropriate as I could. I sent him $25 a couple of times. I sent him $50 for Christmas, because that's a holiday. So just doing what I can to be the father that I haven't been in the past, which is evident through my own admission, through DHS, through Ms. Draper, through the documentation of my criminal histories and my drug uses. So just really making the efforts, even in a place that it's difficult, which is, prison, and during a CPS investigation, which hinders that even further to a certain extent, which in my case was a blessing, because prior to that CPS case, I had no way of communicating because the few avenues I had tried were totally shut down. So, just continuing the effort, and that's part of what I'm saying and doing here today, is not giving up, right? The old me from 4 years ago or 6 years ago, as you saw intermittently and have heard from me and others intermittently, would have found an excuse to just say okay and blow it off, and maybe we'll try again in 6 months and that'll be okay. But that's not okay. It's not okay for me. It's not okay for him. It's not okay for what I have to offer him as a child and as an adult moving forward in life. My perspectives, my wisdom, my knowledge, my guidance, my friendship, my parenting, just, you know. And through me, he has a younger brother, Ryden, as well, his half-brother, Cassandra's youngest son, who currently resides in Southern California, whom Jason during DHS had said that he wanted to have contact with and did a couple of times. Cassandra's not the easiest person to get a hold of sometimes, but I would like to see that relationship come to fruition as well, which myself, I could help facilitate, right? Putting them in better touch with each other, making sure that they talk, relaying messages or whatever I can do. And then again, my dad and my stepmom, they have communication with me and encourage me to do well, and when I am not, they are on the other side of that. They're very stern with me. So they're very good people, very law-abiding. But there's a lot of good resources between myself, my wife, his younger brother, my son, and then his step-siblings as well, which he knows his step-brother Robert, my wife's youngest son, or only son, youngest child. Not real well, not enough that I would say that, you know, that type of a communication or relationship is warranted at this point in time, because they just don't know each other that well. They've met a few times, they've played a few times, that was about it. So, yeah, I mean, I just feel like there's too much to have, too much to gain for not only him and myself, but for others, other children, other adults, other people as well. So,
What, outside of Jason, what does your life look like right now? So you're living in, is it Murphy?
yes, sir.
Working, how many days a week would you work?
Right now, it's between 4 and 6 days a week, between 4 and 6 hour shifts. So it's between 20 and 35 hours a week.
And so how does life look outside of work?
Yeah, so as I previously stated, I have enrolled myself in drug and alcohol treatment.
Excuse me, Your Honor, I just want to point out it's noon, so I don't know what you're thinking about.
We're going to take a break somewhere around noon. I assume, well, we'll wait and see. Are you going to have follow-up questions?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Okay. So let's just continue with that. Just tell me about what you're doing outside of work.
Yeah, so what I do outside of work is I'm currently going through ADAPT, alcohol and drug treatment. I'm actually enrolled in their DUI program from a DUI that was on that record from 2009. So it's actually so it'll be off of my record, keeping me from my license when I say off my record, prior to my suspension actually ending. But I felt, you know, why not just take the initiative and unlike I've ever done before, and accomplish these things, whether it's a mandatory thing that's going to hinder me in life or not. At this point, I didn't do it within a year, so it doesn't get off my criminal record, and it's so close that basically I'm just doing it to accomplish it, to be better in my sobriety, to maintain myself. I have gotten my weekly PO meetings dropped down to monthly starting this next month. So in a month, I've been able to meet with him at first several times a week, then the last time was once a week for the last 2 weeks, and now it'll be monthly because my housing, my enrollment in drug program, my job, my POC's adequate progress in a short period of time. I have financial goals set, which is raising my credit so that I can get a small home equity loan to improve upon my 5 acres, to raise my home value, so that we can remodel the home and have an even nicer home. I would like to be debt-free within 5 years, so have all of my court fines, fees, restitutions paid off from the past years. And so I've established payment plans with the courts for leisure time.
These debts that you have with the court, are they restitution or are they fines?
Fines and fees and restitution. Yeah.
How much do you have?
Combined total of roughly $40,000.
How much much of that is restitution? How much is?
I believe 18,000 is restitution, 16,000 is fines. I've had a conversation with the courts about my progress, what I need to do, and what that looks like moving forward, and getting this all taken care of. And so.
Okay, so yeah, it's noon. We'll take a good lunch break because you give me about, I don't know, 30-something pages to read, Mr. Chirba. Yeah, let's reconvene at 1:30, and we'll continue on Wednesday.
Can I leave my stuff, Your Honor?
We are going to lock up, so you're free to leave things here. Yeah.
Okay. So am I back on the stand when we come back, then I can leave this up here?
Please, yeah. Off the record. And the straight. And the straight. All right, so just finished my talk with Jason a few minutes ago. Oh, does that conclude your case in chief, Mr. Chirba?
Yes, it does, Your Honor.
All right. So, Mr. Jones, I know you've already had. Mr. Jones, can you tell me roughly what your current post-prison supervision conditions are?
Yeah, so currently my post-prison supervision is for delirium, meth, and undiluting charge. So
No, the conditions.
yeah, so it's general conditions 1 through 13: abstain from use of alcohol or drugs or frequent places where those are consumed. To participate in any treatment deemed necessary by the pool officer. He is going to be referring me to, I think, a lower level of sex offense treatment because I'm on active supervision after a conviction, even though I'm not on supervision for that charge. So currently, in regards to that, my terms and conditions are phone contact with my children or my stepchildren only, which him and I have outlined guidelines for.
Phone contact meaning that you can't have video contact?
I haven't asked him about video. He just said phone, so I'm assuming phone, video. He just no in person. He allows, and then as far as writing goes right now, I'm sure that he's willing to accommodate most things that are within reason that are not an in-person visit at this point in time. But as of right now, phone is 100% yes approved, and I'm relatively certain he would have no issue with video. So.
Tell me what well, first of all, since so you've been out a month or so,
Month and a half, yes.
have you had alcohol since then at all?
No, sir. I have not drank or used any form of substance other than ibuprofen or Tylenol in almost, like 3.5, almost 4 years since right before my incarceration. So
So So while you were incarcerated, also that you didn't use any for that year, that
Nothing.
sometimes that.
It's very easily possible. I was in a minimum facility with gate clearance, so I worked, I had access to UTVs, quads, 10 acres of land unsupervised, and I never failed a UA or had any issues.
Can you tell me what happened with this conviction with Cassandra's daughter?
Yeah, so Cassandra and I was drinking, using drugs heavily, had relapsed, and Cassandra and I were, as I told you, we were having the end of our relationship. It was very, very bad, and I was really, really heavily into alcohol and drugs, as Corey had stated earlier, and as I've also stated, and so I ended up, I kissed the side of her neck. When I say her, I'm referring to Sierra, which is Cassandra's oldest daughter, and my hand brushed across her breasts. She went to school and reported it, and there was a subsequent sheriff came out, investigated, made no charges. DHS filed a report, which subsequently charges were picked up by the state, and that's where the misdemeanor sexual abuse came from.
And was the original charge sex abuse of the third degree?
Yes, sir. So there was 2 charges. They gave me a 2 and a 3, and then only moved forward with the misdemeanor with the 3.
Right. You're saying that person was 17?
Yes. Yeah.
Mr. Chairman. So, Mr. Jones, you just talked for quite a while about doing all the right things, and everything you said made sense. Can you take a look at exhibit number 3, please, on page 28 in the book?
Yep.
You recognize this? This is a motion.
Yeah, I've read through it. I mean, no, I can't per se that I remember this exact
Okay,
thing,
but you,
yes,
I know that you wrote this. This is your handwriting. This is
Correct.
something you wrote in 2010, right?
Correct.
Okay, you're trying to bump a criminal case. It looks like there's 2 case numbers here, and you wrote that you wanted to bump because you said so that I can get and maintain better employment, so that I may be able to satisfy my legal obligations monetarily and otherwise, and so that I may be able to go visit my son and provide assistance to him when needed. Isn't that right?
I'm unclear what you mean when you say bump.
Delay. You want to push the court date out.
Okay.
Is that what you wanted to do in this motion? You're asking for
No.
proceed and pro pauperis. So you're asking for a fee waiver.
Yeah, I was just asking for a fee waiver.
Okay.
Correct.
Okay. And so that you wrote
Yeah.
that in order to get the fee waiver. Is that right?
Yes.
And so
Yeah,
you said,
so that I could clear up the court matter.
okay. And so you have been saying these things about doing the right thing for your son for at least 13 years, because this was 13 years ago, right?
Correct.
And you have never followed through on it, right?
That is not accurate. I have made strides towards improving myself and my situations in life.
You just got out of prison for delivery of meth and heroin and all kinds of bad things, right?
That is correct.
So, I mean, I understand that you're coming in here and saying that you want to do the right thing and you're concerned about your son. But my point to you is, isn't it true that you've been making these promises for years and years and years and you never followed through?
It is not true. I have followed through on many occasions.
Do you know that she used to be homeless?
I do.
I mean, she was supposed to be able to count on you as the father of her child, right?
No. My son is supposed to be able to count on me. I am not obligated to provide Miss Draper with housing.
You're obligated to provide her child support, and you just
I am.
paid your child
My
support in
child-
anticipation of this hearing, right?
No, my child support was paid prior to the DHS case even being closed while I was incarcerated during a stop payment. Because I had my wife do it after my mother had passed away. So no, you're inaccurate with that, sir.
So your wife paid your child support when?
I paid it. She paid it with my money because I was incarcerated, so she made the phone call.
Okay.
And that was in 2020, end of 21?
Somewhere around there, that's when you...
Yeah, correct.
Okay. So, offer 3, Your Honor?
Any objection to 3?
No, sir.
Right, 3 is received.
Thank you. Do you think that it would be good for Jason if Judge Orr did something to compel him to have contact with you, and Mom worked to get him to have contact with you, and then in 6 months or 9 months, you went back to a life of crime?
Well, no, that would not be conducive to Jason nor my benefits.
Well, I'm not talking about your benefit. I'm talking about Jason's messenger.
And I just stipulated that no, it would not be conducive to either. That is correct.
And you have, in spite of all the wonderful things that you told Judge Orr, you have absolutely no history that shows that there is any reason to believe that you're going to stay on the right track, right?
I have a lot of things that are different than they were that I've already presented with the courts.
But you've said that stuff for so long, right? You always make promises to them whenever you're sober, don't you?
I don't know who them is and what you're referring to.
Them would be Corey Draper and Jason Jones.
No, I've never made past subsequent promises.
You told Judge Orr that you believe that she's engaging in a pattern of alienation to
Manipulation,
separate from-
alienation.
Sir, wait till he's finished the question before you
Okay.
answer, okay?
Sorry about that.
So you told Judge Orr that you believe she's engaged in a pattern of alienation to keep you separated from your son, right?
I did.
But you, in the DHS meeting, you admitted that you have alienated yourself from your son. Is that
I
true?
did. Through my absence of my incarcerations, that is me admitting that I also have done that myself.
So
But there's
why
times-
in the DHS meeting would you say that you've alienated yourself from your son, but then you come to court and say that she's done it?
So during the DHS cases, which I have many case notes with me that from my family meetings where we discuss parental alienation from both standpoints, from my own because of my behavioral actions, removing myself from his care, and then also through Ms. Draper's actions through not allowing
Don't you
ease of
don't you
contact.
feel like to an extent she has the right to allow Jason not to have contact with you based on your past performance?
So I'm really glad you asked that because prior to these last few years, my answer to you would have been yes, which is why I conducted myself in a manner of what I did, why I kind of let things go, because I kind of felt guilty and I allowed that to play a part. However, I realized that just because I made mistakes doesn't mean I can't change, just like Ms. Draper made mistakes, but she changed. So a miraculous change on one end doesn't necessarily mean that it can't happen for both people. And I'm not the only one that has a pattern of, my son was put in physical and mental jeopardy and harm's way. And I feel the need that there has to be people and things in place and around in his life to help him and protect him in the future.
How do you know she changed?
I don't. I'm giving her the benefit of the doubt, and I'm hearing the feedback from the professionals that were involved with the case and putting value in their assessments and their monitoring of the
Right.
situation.
She had 2 professionals come in here and say that she learned skills and she applied them, and she got a place in Grants Pass in basically a homeless camp, and then she got a small apartment in Medford, and then she got a nicer apartment, and she's done these things. These are real, right?
Yep.
Now, you haven't done any of that stuff. All you've done is come into court a month out of prison and say, well, I'm going to do all this stuff. My mind has changed, and now I'm going to make these big changes, right?
So I actually have 12 certificates here to prove everything that I said I did has been accomplished successfully. I also am walking into court as not just someone that has went from homelessness, but someone that went from the depths of just true addiction and criminality to clean, sober, doing things different, and not renting or having but owning a home that is free and clear. So I have accomplished the same thing that Miss Draper has that you're mentioning right now. So that's not accurate to paint me in the light of anything less.
So you got your home because you inherited it, right?
No, I got my home because I was able to pay off debts and fight for it through probate in the court system, which is not a handout, sir. So, and I resent
you didn't
any
inherit it?
accusation of that.
You didn't inherit it?
With no will, I went through probate and then had to pay off the debts in order to ascertain it. So, yes, technically, I guess I inherited it. I don't know. I went through probate, so.
Don't you think, well, let me ask you, do you think that there could be value in crafting an order that protects Jason's exposure by saying, hey, you know what, we're going to give him some time and we're going to let Dad demonstrate for a year or 18 months that all these changes that he's talking about are real, and then if he can back it up with actual actions instead of just words, then we can talk about what can we do to create contact. Do you think that would be a safer play for Jason?
I disagree with what you just said. When you say a year, this CPS case dragged out for 16 months, at which point is plenty of, it is more than the year that you're talking about right now. Furthermore, yes, although I was incarcerated, as Judge Orr and myself have already mentioned, there's plenty of opportunity within the prison system, as every attorney also should know, I'm sure, for the continued wrongdoing, right? Inappropriate behaviors, in and out of the hole, fighting, drug use. There's no shortage when you're confined in a building full of hundreds and hundreds of criminals to continue down that path and that life, which I was able to move away from and not do.
Did you threaten to sue DHS for failure to make efforts to reunify you with your son?
I have representation through an attorney in the CPS matter, and after discussing with my attorney, there was decisions at one point made to
Mr. Jones, can you
move
just answer my
forward.
question?
I am. There was decisions made through legal representation to file for a lack of reasonable efforts hearing, at which point my attorney decided to withdraw, so we never actually had a trial for that. Those allegations were withdrawn prior to the trial.
Did he withdraw because you made those allegations of lack of reasonable effort?
Did he withdraw? No, he withdrew. I don't understand the question.
You said that your attorney withdrew before you could get a hearing on whatever.
He withdrew from the hearing because DHS was returning Jason to Corey, and so the reasonable efforts and all of that, the case was going to be closed prior to my getting out. So basically, he said that there was to be nothing gained by moving forward with it at that juncture in time.
So you have blamed.
So I followed legal representation's advice.
But you have blamed DHS for not making your son see you, and now you're blaming mom. You're blaming everybody but yourself, aren't you?
No, sir, you are inaccurate with that as well. I take full responsibility for my actions, and I see the entire situation for what it is. And yes, I do believe that over the course of 16 months, it took DHS 6 months to get my son in to see Lynette Milligan for the first time. I feel like that was a pretty delayed reaction.
Your Honor, I don't have any more questions for the witness.
Okay.
All right, you can step down.
Okay, thank you, sir. Would the court's ruling be like any of the certificates of completion to show what I told you was accurate?
So, you decide what you want to offer into evidence,
Okay.
and then if it's admissible, we receive it. If it's not, right. So,
I don't know how to do this, so I filed a bunch of stuff with Josephine County under that other thing. I had witnesses lined up and everything, but none of that transferred over. So,
right. See, if you're holding out a stack of some.
yeah, these are just the certificates to show that the self-help programs, the parenting classes, the anger management, the Road to Success curriculum, studies I did through OSU, just things to show in general when you were asking about my home life and what I've done to change myself for the better. These are in support of everything I told you being accurate.
Mr. Truber, have you seen these?
No.
Do you want to see these?
Yeah, if he's gonna offer.
All right. So let Mr. Truber take a look at those.
Sorry about that. Okay. dated the 2019 conviction. These were all subsequently completed since then. Yeah, they don't really state anything other than to show that what I told you I did, I actually did.
So, Your Honor, unless there is an exception to hearsay, I'm going to object to every one of these because none of them have been authenticated, and I can't tell if they're on the level or not.
So I haven't looked at them yet. So they're completion certificates?
Some are letters, there's different things in there, they're not marked.
All of them are clearly marked and signed and dated.
No, they're not marked as exhibits, sir.
Well, that's something we'll take care of. I mean, that's not a bar to admissibility. The question is the foundation. So there's letters in there.
There is not letters, sir. There is one of my certificates, which I can exclude the statement from, for New Directions Northwest, which is the AIP program that is functioned out of Powder River Correctional Facility. It is intensive inpatient cognitive rehabilitation therapy. They give you a certificate as well as an entire printout of everything that program entails. So what I did within that program, but that part is just...
The next one is a letter too.
The next one is what they give you through Oregon State Penitentiary for the Parenting Inside Out program, which is court recognized in the state of Oregon, and so that is what the POI is, Parenting Inside Out.
I don't know what court recognized means, but
Well,
question
they
here is
tell us when you go
admissibility.
through it that it's actually a certified program, I guess.
So the letters can't come in.
Okay.
The certificates, what kind of seal or stamp do they have on them or signature?
So all of them have some sort of a signature. I keep going. Only a couple of them have the stamps. The ones that came from Treasure Valley Community College have foil seals on.
What do the seals say on them? The actual seals?
It's a seal of achievement, and that's it. It's just an embroidered seal. It's not like an official state seal or anything.
So as to each of those certificates, so you're still under oath, correct?
Yes,
Mr. Shinna? As to each of those certificates, you're telling the court those are authentic, they were given to you upon completion of a class, and what's stated on there, where it says you completed the class, you actually did complete it, and those are authentic and true and original.
Yes, sir.
I don't know, Mr. Churba, exactly, it doesn't look like it fits
I don't think it does, Your Honor.
under 902, the self-authentication.
Let me see the ones you're offering. You just give me a minute to discuss with my client, Your Honor.
One of them is a degree from Oregon State University for like home horticulture. It's just stuff.
I'm trying to help you here. I'm looking at the rules and seeing if there's a way that this comes in.
Withdraw my objection as to these.
Okay, so that's a portion of the document, so you've
Yes.
excluded basically the letters.
Excluded the more glaring here.
All right, so how many are there?
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
All right, so we'll just make that into one exhibit. I'm sure the clerk will be happy about that. And let's just call them, various completion certificates. That'll be one exhibit admitted with on the stipulation of both parties. You can hand them out here. Okay. 101. All right, so you were. So was there anything else you wanted to offer in terms of evidence?
I have no other tangible evidence, just supporting documents.
I guess technically we're still on Mr. Churba's case, so you'll have another chance while we're finishing his case. If there's anything else that occurs to you that you want to present, you'll also be able to, in your case in chief, if you want to, recall yourself, call Ms. Draper or whoever it might be. Mr. Churba.
I'll call Jason Jones.
So let's talk about Jason before we bring him in here. So you, or I think it's you, told me in the morning, Mr. Churba, that Jason did not necessarily want to come into chambers. He wanted to be in court because he wanted to tell Mr. Jones.
He wants Mr. Jones to hear what he has to say.
Okay, so I've been thinking about that over lunch. The purpose of the hearing, the purpose of having a witness testify, is for the trier of fact, whether it's a jury or a judge, to come to conclusions about factual matters. Basically, to hear the evidence. The purpose is not what Jason wants to do here. I can appreciate that that's what he wants to do, but that's not the purpose of the hearing. I don't really think this is such a wonderful idea. If he wants to testify, absolutely, I want to hear what he has to say. I don't want to see this kind of showdown or whatever it might be. I don't think that's healthy for anybody.
So, Your Honor, I understand your point, I'm just going to defer to your wishes then. If you would rather have Jason in private, then that's what we'll do.
So, Your Honor, if I may as well. So regardless of what he testifies to or what he states or what you allow, as I previously stated to the court, no matter what is said, I will not speak, interrupt, nor cross-examine or question Jason in any way to alleviate any discomfort on his end. His testimony is his testimony, and if you want him to have it in open court, then that's acceptable to me, and I as an adult can refrain from any type of discussion or banter while he's in the courtroom.
I think at his age, I sometimes have them on the witness stand, and sometimes even I've had 14, 15-year-olds that I prefer not to have on the witness stand. I just want to hear what they have to say, and I don't think the experience of being in court like this is necessarily a good child memory to create. So what we'll do is we'll just set up the microphone in my chambers.
Why don't you want to just clear the court, have him hear, Your Honor?
You were saying yes, Celeste. Why is that?
I think this is really symbolic for him to have his voice.
Well, in terms of being heard, I'm going to hear
Yeah.
him completely.
Yeah.
My concern is that the setting be such that I can communicate with him in a way that I can't while I'm sitting here with a robe on, and I'm sitting up here, and he's sitting in the witness stand. When I meet with a child in chambers, I'm not wearing a robe. Usually throw a soccer ball around, and we just talk a little, and I feel like I can get a clearer understanding of what the child has to say than if he's seated there.
So, Your Honor, things, I don't mean to pander to the court, but when I do this with other judges, they will frequently, after they clear the court, they will take their robe off, come down here and sit with the child. So
That's one way of doing it.
and then also, Your Honor, I have an exhibit that I was going to have Jason Jones authenticate and then offer. And so if you don't want him in open court, then I'm going to, if you take a look at the last, well, you saw the letter. So
Yeah, I didn't read it because you haven't prompted me to yet, but I saw it.
I'm gonna offer that. I'm gonna offer Exhibit 6, Your Honor.
Have you had a chance to review it?
He's reading it.
I'm not.
All right, go ahead and take a look.
And I think that letter would be helpful for you as kind of a roadmap when you talk to him.
All right.
So I don't really know how to proceed with as far as any type of objection or anything like that, other than the fact that when the time comes, there is a portion of this letter that I would like to be able to address the courts about that are obviously inaccurate, notably so.
So, Mr. Chirba, he is not going to get a chance
So
to
he is going to
cross-examine
get a
the
chance.
child.
I'm sorry, he's gonna get, I think what he's telling you is, he wants to tell you that he doesn't agree with that stuff, and he can do that when he does his case after mine. Are you saying that you don't believe that Jason wrote that?
No, I'm sure.
So
I guess he wrote it. I mean,
If he believes that Jason wrote it, I think it comes in, and he can have his chance to,
I don't know what Jason did or didn't write. I mean, as far as that goes, right? This is obviously typed. There's no signature. I'm assuming by the verbiage and the language that yes, it appears that it is of the caliber that a child would write. So,
How does it come in, Mr. Chirba?
well, if you're not gonna let me call Jason in open court, then I would ask you to show it to Jason and ask him if he wrote it, and if he says, yes, this is my letter, he has a copy, he's gonna bring it with him. But I think that's the authentication, and it comes in.
Well, I'm not talking about authentication. I'm talking about Rule 803. Hearsay.
It's not hearsay. He comes in and he says, "This is my letter. This is what I want to tell you." I mean, that's in my opinion, yeah.
I don't think that's what the rule says. I think in federal court that's the rule. But I think even the witness's own statement can be hearsay. Out-of-court statement can be
Okay.
hearsay.
Well, if you want to just
So if you would like, I will ask him about a letter he wrote, and for him to tell me not what's in the letter, not what he wrote, but what it is he wants me to know. So is it a letter addressed to me?
yes.
Okay, so I'll just ask him, what would you, if I heard you sent me a letter, what did you want me to know? Tell me everything you want me to know.
Does he have the letter?
Yes, he went to the library and printed it up himself at the library.
Okay.
yeah, if it's entered as evidence, I would just like to have a discussion about it. If it's not, then so be it. But
So far, I'm not receiving it as evidence for two reasons. And Mr. Chirba was being fair with you, so
He
in
was,
terms of
absolutely.
getting your exhibits in, he at first was kind of holding you to the evidence code, but eventually he softened up a little bit, so you got some advantage there. And so it would be appropriate that you would reciprocate, but here there's a little bit of an issue in that I'm going to be talking to Jason. You don't get a chance to cross-examine him with regards to that statement.
Right. Yeah, and again, I have no objection necessarily to it being entered as long as there's a forum to be able to discuss it, since I can't cross-examine, right? Which is what you were just
What do you mean by,
talking about.
who do you want to discuss it with?
With the judge.
Okay, so
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Case,
So,
they'll talk to you about it.
So
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing
Okay,
in this
quiet,
letter.
please.
yeah.
So we don't, have discussions per se. Are you saying you want to testify more regarding that letter?
I get, yeah.
Okay, and you're agreeing that it would, to have it admitted as evidence?
That's fine with me, yeah.
All right, so that's, is that in here, Mr. Sherman?
Yes, last page, Your Honor.
Exhibit 6. 6 is received without objection.
You give the whole book.
So you've got a copy of that in front of you?
I do, sir.
Okay. So, Ms. Draper, what do you know about when this letter was written?
It was written just a couple days ago at the library.
Were you with him there?
I sat over here and he was in front of the computer.
Did you discuss it with him?
No. I let him, he had really bad anxiety, and I said, it's okay, because bringing up his dad gives him really bad anxiety. So we worked through the anxiety, and I said, just look at it as an essay. And that seemed to help him think of writing it as an essay to you.
So you went to the library for the purpose of getting a computer and a printer?
No, he was already there. He goes to the library every day.
When did you, when did you start discussing that he was going to write this letter?
He asked a couple days before.
So he knew that there was going to be this hearing today?
Yes.
How do you know?
He's very well spoken, and we don't hide secrets from him. And he knows because his dad is not respecting him and on not wanting to see him.
How does he know?
Being pressured by DHS. And he keeps telling me he's told multiple people that he wishes his dad would just go away and let him live his life. He wants to move on. He wants to live his life. He wants to be able to just do what he wants without being pressured into it. He's told Celeste, he's told the lady that he's with sitting outside, he's told DHS, he's told all the people that were in the FCC program, he's told, I guess I already said DHS, sorry Rose, I consider them all the same, sorry. He tells me all the time, he told the lady he's sitting with now that he just wants him to go away, he wished he would just give up. When I sat with him, when I first filed custody, I sat with him and another person from FCC, and he said, can we just put no contact? And I said, well, this is kind of like, I don't know, we can say ask, no custody, I just said we can ask. So he's very smart, very well spoken, he's extremely smart, he's really smart in school. He's excited to start a program this summer to early school. He's actually starting up with the PD, police department here in Medford in August. So he knows how to type. He knows what he wants. He just wants the court to hear, because every time he tells someone that he doesn't want to see his dad gets mad and says, well, that's not him saying it. So he wants his dad to hear it from him. Is why he wants to testify.
Okay, I understand that, but as I explained before, that's not the purpose of the
Right.
hearing.
I'm just letting you know from Jason's
Right,
point
the purpose of the
view.
hearing is for me to hear the evidence and make a
Right,
decision.
right.
Okay, so, she set that up? Okay, so, we'll go off the record. I mean, well, technically, we're gonna turn it on again when I'm in there. Give me about 3 minutes, and then, one of you help, have him brought in, but not through the courtroom. Okay.
If you want to have your clerk meet me at the far door, I'll bring him over there.
Can you tell me?
Okay, I'll bring him over there, Your Honor.
At the clock. All right, so just finished my talk with Jason a few minutes ago. Oh, does that conclude your case in chief, Mr. Turba?
Yes, it does, Your Honor.
All right. So, Mr. Jones, I know you've already had a chance to testify, but the way the rules work is you can put on now any case you want. You can theoretically call all the same witnesses who already testified, or you can call other people. You're in control now. This is your case in chief. If there's anything you want to present.
Okay. So I have no witnesses other than myself, I suppose, because I would like an opportunity to speak. So,
Okay.
does that mean I have to call myself as a witness, or can I just?
Well, yes. If you're going to, you can call yourself as a witness. You're still under oath from before.
Okay.
If you are you asking to sit there and testify? Is that what you're saying?
I just wasn't sure what the protocol was at this point, whether I had to call myself in order to speak, or whether I could just make a closing type statement.
You could also make a closing type statement, but if it contains any facts that you're alleging, that would I wouldn't be able to.
Okay.
Unless
It
you
does.
have
Then
right,
I
so you have to
call
put them
myself
on
as a
as So go ahead and call yourself as a
So,
witness.
Your Honor, before we get to that, were you inclined to share any information about your interview with Jason?
Yes, but after we're done. Yes. So go ahead and come on back up. All right, so you're still under oath from before, and so you don't need to ask yourself questions and answer them. You can just sort of testify in free form. Tell me what I need to know.
Okay. So, obviously, I allude to the validity of any emotional statements in this letter that was presented to you, but I would point to a couple of the facts, mainly just pertaining to, where Jason says, when my brother was first born, I had to take care of him, feed him, clothe him, and stuff like that, it says. The boys are only 4 years apart, so not entirely accurate. Obviously, he's not going and grabbing baby food from high shelves and feeding him and stuff like that, and taking care of his brother at 4 years old. Secondly, when we were in a bedroom, we lived in a 2-bedroom house next door. My dad owns 2 houses next door to each other, which you heard about earlier. that room was, the house was built in the 1950s, and there was no doors on any room in that entire house except the front door, the back door, and the bathroom. So there was no way to segregate or separate ourselves into a room, which my bedroom was off of the living room, so directly visible at all times. So even if we were in a room for some reason, it's not like it sounds, just so you're aware. Secondly, and the only other real factual thing that I want to speak to in terms of things that I think the court should know is, as I have already testified to, I have an ongoing, or had an extensive criminal history and relapses in my lifetime, which I've thus since worked past and worked on changing from. So with that being said, the validity of being able to change and the patterns that were presented about myself also stand true in terms of the neglect, abuse, and direct harm done to Jason over the years by others. And so this is not, Jason being removed from Ms. Draper's care is not an isolated incident. He's been removed from her care by CPS for the duration of a year prior to, where he resided with his great aunt Trudy on a separate incident of neglect that was called in by the school, I think. Not 100% sure on who actually called in. I'm pretty sure they said it was the school. So I just want the courts to be aware of the fact that when I was saying things such as,
By the way, the school called because I went and reached out for help because I tried to kill myself to get away from my mother, and no one was helping us because we didn't have a DH case. So I went to this school to ask for help, and this guy never even showed up to care about what was going on. So for him to use that is really gross too, and it will come up. He never even bothered to even see what was going on. He told me it was my responsibility and figure it out, why he went and did his drugs and slept around and did all this, right? So that's the sick thing that this guy is doing. He's using what we went through against everybody else to make himself look good. So that's the whole reason, and I admitted to that. So if you go look at all my videos, I've admitted to that, and I've came very far from that. And I haven't tried to kill myself in a long time. I've moved away from everyone so I've worked really hard on myself. And I got my kids back in 30 days, case closed in 6 months. Guy never even showed up for court. I have the records where he has a warrant, where he never even shows up. And I still got my kids back. So this is how gross this guy is. That's why the school called, because I went and told the school to call them for us because I needed help.
right, parental alienation, concern for my son's well-being and safety. I think that moving forward, it's in my son's best interest to have family and people around, because it's during the time frames where he is separated from the rest of the family that all of these incidents occur. It's when my dad and my mother, stepmother, say, hey, we haven't been able to talk to him for a year now because we can't, that subsequently other things happen. Same thing with her family when they're kind of isolated from him. So I just wanted to put out to the record for the courts that we both have had issues in the past and reoccurring themes in the past, and that I believe that both of us have and could have changed. I believe that she is a good parent and that she has Jason's best interest at heart. But I also have Jason's best interest at heart. And I just find it pretty astonishing that thus far what I've heard is the marks of a good father is to give up on my son. That kind of blows my mind. So, but those are really the only two things that I wanted to testify to and present to the courts, is that I ask you to consider that parenting time with me is also parenting time with his younger brother, my son. which is also parenting time with his grandparents when the time comes, right? Because all of their interests in the state of Oregon, to the best of my knowledge, are represented through myself.
Say that again?
All of like their interests, like my younger son's interest, his brother, that would be represented right through my visitation and stuff, because his younger brother is not Corey's son. This isn't just for me. It's not just for Jason. It's for me. It's for Jason. It's for his grandparents. It's for his younger brother. It is for a family that loves that young man.
Okay, so a couple of things I want to talk to you about. It's vitally important for me to be able to be confident that everything you're telling me is truthful. You said this knife incident didn't occur. I'm wondering if maybe you're not thinking of the same. If you have something else in your, like a different incident in your head, because when I talk to your son, obviously because of the letter, that's what we needed to. That's one of the things I need to find out about.
Yeah.
So I asked him to describe exactly what happened. Maybe this will spark your memory. That I didn't get the sense that he was making anything up at all, and I've talked to many children in a legal context over the course of my career. I really didn't see any red flags about mom, and I'm always sensitive to that about one parent influencing a child. But he described it. He said he thinks he was about 6. He says he was in so it wasn't at home. He says it was in a truck. He said he was in the front seat of a truck, that his brother was about 2 and was in the back seat of the truck, that you and Cassandra were yelling at each other outside of the truck, that he was kind of freaked out by all this, and he said that you came into the truck, and he said, well, there was a cup holder, and there were things in the cup holder, and among them was a knife. He said that you took the knife out, you went back out, and you sort of pinned Cassandra against the part of the car. He said that Cassandra is just kind of, it didn't sound like she was victimized in the way that it might have sounded like before. He said that she kind of pushed you away and left with somebody else. I forgot what he said. Does this ring a bell now? And bear in mind, you're not going to be compelled to testify to anything that would incriminate you, but the statute of limitations on that would have passed, so you don't really need to be concerned about criminal charges.
Okay. So with that being said, at Baylor College situation, there was no knives involved. Obviously, living out in the country and stuff, there very well may have been a knife or pocket knife in my truck. I've never possessed a truck, first of all, with a cup holder, so that's not possible. The only truck I've ever had is an '89 F-150 that doesn't have those things.
It could be a console. There's something.
No, it's just one giant bench seat across the front. There was no console. There was no anything like that in my vehicle. But to recall a similar incident.
I had an old F-150. Is there something, I can't remember, there was something.
Just an ashtray.
There's something that pulls out.
There's just an
He
ashtray.
didn't look like he was making things. I don't know what he's
Anyways,
could it have been somebody else's truck or?
No, I've never driven other people's trucks. So with that being said, there was an incident that occurred where Cassandra and I argued, and she was in her boss's car, but she wasn't ever with anybody, and then she got in her boss's car and left. And then I followed her back to Grants Pass with my truck because she took her boss's car back, and then dropped riding off with her because she was living with her boss at the time. And her boss she met me with her boss's car out in Azalea, where I was living at a friend's house, but I wasn't living in my truck at that time.
Well, he didn't say anything about living in a truck. He just said that he remembered being in the front of the truck. And the way that the details he gave just didn't seem like
Okay.
concoction. He said, I'm within the
I
front.
mean,
brothers
there
and
was arguments that ensued, which I alluded to earlier, which Cassandra and my relationship was, like I alluded to, very toxic towards the end. There was arguing, there was yelling. There was never anything physical between either one of us. So there was no weapons, no assaults that ever occurred on either end. So, I mean, yeah, for sure, I'm definitely saying that there was an argument that ensued in a driveway at my friend's house where I lived when she was driving her boss's car. It was RX 7 or 8 or something like that. It was a brand new car of some kind. I don't know what it
Is this like when your son is 6?
It would have been, yeah, because that was when Cassandra and I were breaking up, was right about the time he was 6, yeah, maybe 7.
And he said that at the end of it, she left with some other person.
No, she never left another person. So
no, at the end of this incident, he's saying, well, after he said that he said that she kind of pushed your arm away. So I didn't get the sense that she was sort of terrified, like she kind of handled it. She kind of did that and left with I can't remember what he said about some other person.
no, so the only incident that ever occurred where she was in someone else's vehicle and she pushed my arm away and left was the incident I'm talking about when I was living with a friend of mine in Azalea, and she drove my youngest son Ryden up to me in her boss's car because she was living with her boss, and her and I argued. And, you know, when we were argued, it was heated, and she just kind of brushed me off, got in her boss's car, and sped off, and I ended up following her back to Grants Pass and dropping my son back off with her because I didn't really have the I guess, capacity and the means to have 2 children with me at the time. So,
Okay.
but there was no weapons pulled ever during any situation in regards to myself or Cassandra. So, and under the filings for the Josephine County that I filled out, I actually had set up for Cassandra to be a witness, but she was going to appear by phone because she lives in Southern California in Fullerton, so she's 800, 900 miles away. But
So why not appear by phone?
Apparently none of this stuff transferred over, I guess, right? I mean, when you said originally, I don't know how to get her to appear by phone here at this court, so I was just notified by Josephine County that it was canceled there, sent here. I called the courthouse here. They told me to show up here. I assumed all of that documentation was ready. I told Cassandra this morning, hey, court's today, 9 a.m. I may have to have you call in. I don't know. And then...
Do you have her phone number?
I do.
All right, we'll look into that in a moment. Mr. Turba.
You asking me for follow-up questions, Your Honor, or?
If you have any, I thought you did, but you don't have to ask him anything you don't want.
So, isn't it true that when Ms. Draper lost Jason before for a year, she had been asking you for help, and you were telling her, he is your problem, I am not helping you?
That is not factual.
Okay. So that was the only question that I had, Your Honor. I do have just 5 minutes for my client on rebuttal, but that's it.
Okay, you can step down, and we'll try calling your other witness if you got a phone number.
I do.
Spell.
Hello. Cassandra is not available. Please leave a message after.
The number that shows up on caller ID when we call sometimes, I think it shows the California, like the Bay Area, so sometimes people won't pick up because of that.
Okay.
If you like, I'll give you an opportunity here to try to call her and see if she picks up when she sees your number, and then if she answers, just tell her the court's trying to call you, so pick up when they call.
Okay.
Hello?
Hi, Cassandra.
Uh-huh.
Hey, I'm in court right now. courts are trying to call you to do some over-the-phone testimony, I believe, and they just called. It went to voicemail. So I think they're going to call you right back in a minute. It might show up as like a Bay Area phone number, or it may not show up saying the courts or something. So in a moment when somebody calls, would you have a few moments to speak?
Yeah, as long as it's not going to take very long.
I don't know how long it's going to take. I only have just a couple of things for you. I don't know about cross-examination or questions the judge may have. Probably, I would say, Your Honor, 20 minutes? I don't know.
And hopefully not that long, because we have my niece and we have to get ready to take her home in a little bit. And it's my mom's birthday,
Okay.
so I'm busy. So
All right,
I can
well.
try.
It's relatively important, so if you could at least have a few minutes, that would be great.
Okay.
All right, so I'm assuming the court's going to call now.
Okay.
All right.
Bye.
Hello.
Hello, is this Cassandra Watson?
Yes, it is.
Ms. Watson, this is Jackson County Circuit Court. You're on speakerphone in open court. We're at a hearing. As I know that Mr. Jones just spoke to you. So are you in a location where you can testify without distraction?
Yes.
All right. So I will swear you in first. I'll ask you to please raise your right hand.
Okay.
Under penalty of perjury, you solemnly swear that all the testimony you're about to give will be the truth.
I do.
Could you state your full name and spell your first and last name, please?
Cassandra Linnell Watson, and it's Kassandra. Watson, Watson.
Okay, Mr. Jones, go ahead.
Okay. Cassandra, just a few questions for you on my end. First off is, you are the mother of Ryden Jones, which is Jason Jones' half-brother, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And to your knowledge, Ryden wants to be in his brother's life, have communication with his brother, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and to the best of your knowledge, Jason has been wanting to, or has, I guess you can't testify to him wanting to. To the best of your knowledge, Jason has talked to Ryden a couple of times over the last year, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Sorry. Anyways, that just distracted me. So at any point during our relationship, our breakup, before or after, has there ever been incidents of assault between you and I?
No.
Has there ever been incidences of utilizing a weapon to threaten, intimidate, or otherwise influence one another?
No.
Okay. Wasn't there an incident in a...
By the way, this is a lady who allows drug dealers and sex offenders around her children and needles around her children. This is a lady who told DHS, "Oh, yeah, take my kids. I don't care." Like, this is the lady that will do anything for this guy. She'll lie. She'll do anything for this guy. Like, I don't get it. Like, this is what America's gone to. And I'm so hoping that all the judges and all the governors and all the attorneys and all the probation officers see this. Like, this is the lady that was going to get charged with tampering with a witness because she was trying so hard to talk her daughter into saying that it didn't happen. So, yeah, just pay attention to what this lady has said. And this guy, I'm literally going to title it to the judges, to the POs, to everybody, because this is so not okay. It's so illegal. So illegal. And I really hope these judges get off the bench, because they condone this crap. Watch.
Driveway of a friend's house where you and I did argue when you were driving your boss's car, and I ended up following you back to Grants Pass.
Yes.
Were you living with your boss at that time during our breakup?
Yes,
Okay. Would
I
it be
think so. I don't know which. When I had my boss's car, yes, I was living with my boss.
okay? Is that the only incident that you can think of that pertains to you and I meeting somewhere where you were driving someone else's vehicle and arguing and then leaving when Jason and Ryden are present?
I can't. Most of our arguments were when the kids weren't around.
Okay. So, would it be fair to say that our breakup was reasonably toxic and we did argue, fight, yell, call each other names, and act in inappropriate manners?
Yeah.
Okay. Would it
Oh, and some point at some time, his wife's, him and his wife and all of them lived together in the same house at one point in time before she went to California. I just scratched myself. Whoops. So they all lived together at one point in time. They were all best friends. They were in the same house before he went to prison, before he got married, and before she moved to California. They were all living in the same house, doing everything together. Ew. And that's what they teach their children. Gross. I'm glad I got respect for myself, and I'm glad I teach my kids the right way. And the judge obviously sees it because I got sole custody. And my son does not have to talk to him if he does not want to. It's a big if. And after him saying that his aunt died, knowing that she didn't die, that's gross. He needs help, not anybody else. That dude, this whole place, that whole family needs help. So yeah, I hope his PO sees this.
be also fair to say that, as you just stated, most of the arguments occurred away from children, indicating that some of them did happen in front of a child?
A few times, not many.
Okay. During one of those in front of Okay. Would it be also fair to say that, as you just stated, most of the arguments occurred away from children, indicating that some of them did happen in front of a child?
A few times, not many.
Okay. During one of those times, was it not pointed out that it was adversely affecting Jason's behavior and his desire to be at the house or around us, and I subsequently took him home after that? I'm referring to the incident when he was in the second bedroom and you and I were yelling in the living room. I don't know if that helps your memory at all.
In Glendale.
Yes, in Glendale, that's the correct.
Yes.
As far as my ability to co-parent, even though you and I did have a bad breakup, would you say that I'm reasonable to communicate with, work with, and co-parent with?
Yes.
Okay. And even given my incarceration during prolonged contact with Ryden on a weekly basis or more frequently via phone or video visits, how would you characterize my ability to parent?
I haven't had any issues. I think you're always trying to help and do what you can to be there for him, even when you can't be there physically.
Okay. Does Ryden look forward to the visits, phone calls?
Yes. He's very upset when he can't contact you.
Okay. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Turbin. Thank you, Your Honor. So, Ms. Watson, I understand that you're in an awkward position. If I ask you a question that you are uncomfortable answering or you do not feel safe to answer, I want you to just tell me that you don't feel safe and I won't press you for an answer, okay?
Okay.
My understanding is that Mr. Jones was very controlling when he was with you. Is that true?
Mm,
Or would you rather not answer that question?
yeah, I couldn't say controlling.
Okay. Is it true that you had several talks with Corey Draper about how difficult it was to stand up to Mr. Jones because of his anger?
I don't remember having those talks with Corey.
Okay. Do you remember living in fear of Mr. Jones because of his anger? Or would you rather not answer?
Not answer.
Okay. My understanding is there was an incident in a truck where Jason was present and Mr. Jones held a knife to your person. Do you recall that incident, or would you rather not answer?
I don't recall that.
Okay. Do you recall being in a truck with Mr. Jones and Jason and getting into an argument?
We may have argued, yeah.
Okay. And did he threaten you or get aggressive in some way?
Not that I can remember.
What do you remember about the incident, ma'am, or would you rather not answer?
I just remember arguing.
Okay. So, after you broke up with Mr. Jones, he got married to another woman. Is that true?
Yeah.
And that woman, I think her name is Christina. Is that right?
Yes.
And she had a daughter by a man named Kevin. Is that right?
Yes.
And did you meet Kevin?
Yes, I know Kevin.
Okay. And my understanding is that you had a talk with Kevin about your time with Mr. Jones. Do you recall that?
No.
You don't recall talking to Kevin about Mr. Jones and his anger, or would you rather not answer the question?
I don't remember that conversation.
Mr. Truman, could you stop suggesting to the witness that if she doesn't want to answer the question, we'll deal with that. We just ask the question.
Okay. So, Ms. Watson, in the entire time that you were associated with Mr. Jones, did he ever abuse you physically?
Not physically.
How did he abuse you?
Just lots of yelling and putting me down and stuff. Mainly when he was under the influence of drugs or alcohol.
Did you ever see him under the influence of drugs and alcohol around Jason?
No.
How many times did you see
Not that I
him?
can remember.
How many times did you see him around Jason?
We were both around Jason quite a bit for the first, couple of years, and then Dan was in and out of jail and prison and stuff, and it was like a back and forth thing, but every chance we had, we were around Jason, and we had him like for days at a time for quite a period of time when Dan and I were first together.
Did you get charged with tampering with a witness?
No.
You didn't. Did you almost get charged with tampering with a witness? Were you accused of it?
Not that I know of.
Okay. Did you have your daughter after the incident where Mr. Jones kissed your daughter's neck? Did your daughter write a letter saying that the incident never happened?
Yes, she wrote that when her and I weren't even on speaking terms.
I'm going to object to the relevance of this, Your Honor. This is, we're talking about a victim to an unrelated crime, unrelated person.
I'm gonna tie it up, Your Honor, if you could give me a little.
So we did talk about this earlier. So this is possible impeachment.
So Miss Watson, my understanding was that the reason that your daughter wrote that letter was because Mr. Jones asked you to have her write that letter. Is that true?
No.
He never talked to you about having your daughter write a letter saying that he was innocent?
No, not when she wrote that. No.
Did he talk to you about that at a different time?
I mean, we talked about all kinds of stuff because she did write that letter and stuff, and then I was told that that letter couldn't be used and it wouldn't make a difference. But I wasn't even around my daughter when she wrote that letter. She wrote that when her and I weren't speaking to each other.
Did you ever file a restraining order against Mr. Jones?
No.
Did you ever seek protection from his abuse with somebody else?
No.
I don't have any more questions for this witness, Your Honor.
So we're about to let you go here, Ms. Watson. But just to clarify, you're saying there never was an incident that you recall where Mr. Jones threatened you in some way with a knife?
Not that I can remember. I think I would remember that.
Yeah, I would too. And you don't remember. When I say threatened, I just want to make sure my question covers everything. So you didn't hold a knife against your body in some way or anything like that you can recall?
No.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much, Ms. Watson. That'll be all.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Was there anything further today to present?
Just to conclude the whole letter thing.
So you want to testify further?
Is that yes?
Yes, you can go ahead and do it from there.
So the whole letter thing, Sheriff, since this is brought up, I'm not sure the relevance of it to this case, but since it's brought to the court's attention, I was in prison during the 2016 to 17 for the delivery of methamphetamine when I was in Powder River. I don't know if you're familiar with that program at all. They're very, very in-depth, very monitoring. Every call is monitored. If you even call home and ask your family for money, you are getting in trouble because you are not allowed to be pressuring people for anything, for any reason. And so Cassandra, at that time, had said, Sierra wrote this letter and took it to her parole officer.
She wrote a letter and took it to her parole officer?
Yeah, I guess.
When she was 17, she had a parole officer?
No, she was 18 or 19 by this time, because this was later on. So this was, again, 2016 to 2017. So this was 3 years after the conviction. Right? So the conviction was in 2014. Right?
Okay.
So it was later on. She was in trouble for something or another, and she had a parole officer at a Grants Pass, I guess. I'm not even sure what she did. So, anyway, she wrote this letter, took it to a parole officer, gave her mom a copy of it at some point, or I don't know how all that happened.
This is all after you were convicted?
Yeah, this is years later, right? And I was sitting in prison at the time. So when I got out of prison, I had heard about it. Cassandra said, hey, Sierra tried to do all of this, right? So I contacted the Oregon Innocence Project up in Portland to have a discussion with them to say, hey, I heard that somebody is recanting. Does that change anything? Can I do anything with that? What happens next? The Oregon Innocence Project had me talk to an attorney briefly. The attorney advised me that basically nothing would come to fruition because of it and to not pursue the matter at all. So I did not. So there was never any hearings. There was never anything like that came of it. So I guess this letter was written, but it didn't actually do anything or go anywhere.
How would Ms. Draper know about it?
I'm guessing probably maybe I said something about it once upon a time, because when it happened, I was like, oh, well, this is crazy, right? You know. So, I mean, just like right now, I've got, and as Ms. Draper had previously testified, when everything happened, when I was convicted, all of that, right, I came to her and told her what was going on. So, it wouldn't have.
Right. Anything on that?
No, Your Honor.
All right. So it sounds like, you said you had some brief rebuttal?
Rebuttal with my client.
Go ahead.
So, Ms. Draper,
I need to go up
If
there.
you'd like, you can just remain seated there. It sounds like it's going to be brief.
Okay.
So, Ms. Draper, I asked Cassandra Watson if she ever had conversations with you about her fear of Daniel, and she said no. Do you recall having conversations like that?
Yes, I lived on 9th Street in Grants Pass. I was sitting outside, it was dark, Cassandra came over. She is the one that told me that she was told by Daniel's probation officer, that if she does not stop harassing her daughter on writing that letter for Daniel, she will be charged with tampering with a witness.
And there was something about a truck. And so, before we get to that, Mr. Jones just said that this was all years after he was convicted of the sex abuse.
Right, and I didn't know he was convicted. He told me that he was never convicted, he was fighting it, he never did it. So I didn't know he was actually convicted until the case now.
So did you and Ms. Watson bond in terms of your common experiences with Mr. Jones?
Yeah, when he was in prison in 2016, yeah, she would come over, we hung out. I actually hung out with her and her daughter Paige in my kitchen. And we talked quite a bit on how she cannot stand up to Daniel because she is afraid of Daniel. So she will always do what Daniel wants because she was wishing she could be more strong like I am. And that's why Daniel doesn't like me, is because he cannot control me like he can Cassandra, and she can't stand up to him.
Now, in terms of the knife incident that did or did not happen, do you recall when you first realized that this was an issue for Jason?
When he was about 5 or 6, he ran away. Daniel can remember this, he hid under a chair. I thought he just was missing. I called 911. You know, I thought.
He didn't run away. He was hiding under a chair.
Yeah, he was in
We couldn't find him. We were screaming, the neighbors came out
But
screaming.
hiding under a chair is not the same as running away.
Well, we thought we did because we didn't know where he was at first. So I called 911.
So he was hiding from
He was hiding from Daniel because he didn't want to go to Daniel. But we didn't know where he was. We were going, Jason, and he just kept hiding until he realized the cops got called. And he said, I don't want to go with my dad. He's been saying that for years.
So is that when you first found out about the knife?
I found out about the knife incident about 2 years later when DHS was first involved in the first case. They took my kids because I tried to kill myself to get away from my mother. I got my kids back within a month. They closed the case in 6 months. And as we were walking with my older son, we like to go on walks. We're outside people. We walk a lot. And he said, Mom, I gotta tell you something. He's like, my dad held a knife to Cassandra's throat. And I said, what are you talking? We just stopped in the middle of our walk.
So this was 4 or 5 years
I would say a couple of years, yeah.
after the incident?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. And I said, what are you talking about? When was this? Because I thought he was talking about just now, and we haven't seen Daniel or Cassandra, so I didn't know.
And since then, does this continue to be an issue for him? Is
Yes.
this something he talks about on a regular basis?
Yes, he does. He does not want to deal with Daniel because of that, and because of Daniel taking him. Yes.
You believe his views are shaped by that incident?
Yes.
So, is it real to Jason?
Yes. And Jason, I have taught my kids to tell the truth. They're very honest kids, like I said before.
And
I let them talk to people by themselves.
and about this thing with Mr. Jones driving a truck with a cup holder, you have something to say about that?
He did have a truck. It was like a big red truck. He got it from
And how do you know there was a cup holder in there?
because I've been in the truck,
Where was the cup holder?
in the middle.
In the middle, like in between the seat, or on the floor in front of the seat?
It was between the seat.
There was a cup holder in between. Oh, okay. So there wasn't a bench seat that was
No.
continuous. There was a space between the seats
Yes.
with a cup holder there.
Yes.
I see. And you recall that?
Yes, because
And
I've
he-
been in the truck.
He drove that truck.
Yes, he came to my house about midnight because him and Cassandra got in a fight, and we slept together that night.
Okay.
Was that truck a Ford F-150?
It is, and it still sits in
Well,
my
but I'm
driveway.
asking her
The
for
judge,
help.
the judge
Oh,
asked-
yeah, I didn't know. Sorry.
He asked you if the truck was a Ford F-150.
I don't really know anything about cars. I just know them as big trucks and cars.
That had a bench seat for the front?
Yeah, it had like a seat in the front and then where you can get and sit in the back. Like,
Well, backseat.
yes,
And it had a console with a couple.
yeah, he put it in himself. Like, you know, you buy at the store and you can get,
Oh.
So did
Put it in the
did you
middle.
put it on the seat, or did the seats end and there was a space in between the seats?
no, it was in the middle of the seat.
So the seats didn't touch each other, there was a space in between them.
No, it was like one long seat. But he went and bought one of those portable cup holders that you can buy at the store and put it in the middle.
Oh, I see. Did he like screw it down so it wouldn't move?
Yes,
I see. So it was a bench seat, but he screwed a cup holder down in the middle of it.
yes.
Oh, I see. Okay. And
He lived in his truck for quite a while.
how many times were you in that truck?
Twice.
Did you ever see a knife in the cup holder?
No.
Okay. Okay. All right.
Your Honor, if I may briefly.
So right now she's on the witness stand. She's just
Oh.
not really there.
Oh,
So-
I'm sorry.
So think of it as her being on the witness stand.
Okay.
So she's testified, so now you can follow up with questions about that.
Okay. During the time you've known me, Ms. Draper, have you known me to have two different pickup trucks?
Yes.
Okay, was one of them a big lifted red Ford pickup truck?
I don't know.
Again,
the
you don't know
names
the
of
makes.
cars.
I can
just know the
I can
names.
tell you it was an '89 F-150, lifted red, big mud tires, correct?
It just looks like a big truck to me.
Big truck. Okay. My other truck was smaller, correct? But also a full-size truck and was white and gray. Is that correct?
I don't remember that one.
Okay.
I know the only cars I know of you having is that truck and the car that you were driving when you first got with Christina. When you would come over in her car.
So, no further question. I can't get to what I need to tell you by that. So, I mean,
Okay.
but that's it, Your Honor. That's all I have.
All right. So are you asking to testify again?
Not to testify, just to make a statement.
Well,
yeah.
so
Sure. Yes.
yeah. So you're still under
Yes.
oath. What do you want to say?
So, as I was alluding to by questioning Ms. Draper, I possessed two pickup trucks. Both of them were '89 F-150s.
Did you ever install an aftermarket
I did
cup
not.
holders?
First of all, the lifted F-150 that she was in, that she's referring to, is a single cab, short bed, because it's lifted. It's a four-wheel drive. It's made for off-roading. So there is no backseat in that truck, period. The other truck that I had, which was a non-lifted '89 F-150 with dents all down the side, was a crew cab for back then. 2 doors, the seat folded forward at an angle. Both of them have bench seats all the way across the front. The lifted truck that she's referring to still sits in my driveway today, which I may or may not be able to pull up a picture of on my phone to show you there's no back seat. But my wife as well can allude to and testify, and Ms. Watson and anybody else that you would want to find out from. But anyways, just the factual basis of my lifted truck having a back seat and having a cup holder and not a bench seat is not factual. They are both '89 F-150s. They both had full-size bench seats. Neither of them had center consoles. Neither of them had cup holders.
So you're saying that when she testified now, so she doesn't know when we talk about an F-150 what we're talking about, that she would come up with this idea about an aftermarket cup holder console,
I
right?
don't know why she's thinking that, but my lifted F-150 is a 5-speed manual stick shift and has a full-size bench seat in it. I mean, I can find a picture to show you, I'm sure, for proof.
Is that the red one?
Yeah, it's black now because it's been painted, but yeah, it was red then. Yeah, when I bought it, it was red.
So if you kept various knickknacks in that truck, where would they be?
They would have been in the door, so the only cubby holes in that truck is the glove box or the doors. Both doors on, if you're familiar with an '89 F-150, the doors have those big old long, deep plastic pocket thingies on the side.
I think the '89 F-150 does have like a thing that you push in front, and a cup holder pops out, to which you could put things in there.
Yeah, mine didn't have that, so I don't know. Mine was an XLT Lariat, or XLT, I think it is. But I mean, yeah, all I could do is I could say I could probably look through maybe my phone or maybe get Cassandra to text me pictures of the truck because it was her and mine truck. I know she has them on hers. Mine's a new phone. But either way, it was just a real menial point. But the point is, both of them have bench seats.
No. All right. Anything further? All right. Any closings then, Mr. Truba?
I'm ready to take your decision if you're ready to give it, Your Honor.
All right. So he's waived any close. Did you want to make any closing statement?
Wave as well.
All right. So I'll talk to you a little bit about what how my conversation with Jason was. So he's definitely intelligent and articulate. You are right about that. But not just sort of, quick witted. What I mean is, you could talk to him. He seems rational. He seems to consider what you tell him. And we talked about having a dad, not having a dad, so forth. He is open, and I did not pressure him. I just talked to him a little bit about life, and explained to him a little bit about what you think about the situation and what Mom thinks about the situation. And he's not happy about your history. He said that he had he on his own, he brought up that nobody talked about this, that he said that he had invited you to some, I can't remember if he said a birthday party or something, but he was talking about having invited you to things where you didn't respond. And I think it's hard for us as adults to understand how much that can hurt a child. You're inviting Dad to come and he just didn't care enough to be there. I think it's hard for us to appreciate what that can do to a child's self-esteem. And that's really unfortunate. The fortunate thing is that he's smart, and I talked to him about what it's like going forward in life, with a dad, without a dad, with family, without family, and so forth. He talked about the incidents with Mom too, and those obviously had a tremendous impact on him as well. He said that the incident that I was aware of wasn't the only incident. So I didn't know about this. That there were other breakdowns, he said, that you've had. Maybe not to that degree.
He might be talking, they did get replaced with DHS for 30 days. I got them back in 30 days and the case was closed in 6 months. I strangled myself in my bathroom to get away from my mother. I realized I needed some help. I went to DHS asking for some help and they said that we don't have a case with you, so we can't help you. So
Where was Jason when you did that?
Jason was at school. My older son, who is graduated early, honorship, scholarships, who also didn't have a father because his father was in and out of prison with drugs. Actually, my older son's father was hanging out with me in 2016. So a lot of things of that, my kids never had good fathers, but they've also had good role models as family members. I've always been there. They've always had a home. I would walk my older son to school 8 miles a day, there and back, and then come back and take Jason to school. My older son was laying on the couch when I did this, and I woke my older son up and said, "Come on, we got to go. I need some help. I need to get some help." That's when we went to DHS, and they said that.
Okay.
And then I went to the school and asked the school to call for help.
All right. I didn't want more testimony.
Okay, sorry.
I get
just
that.
let you know.
He's wise beyond his years, as Celeste probably knows.
Yes.
He is very open to the idea of reestablishing some kind of communication.
He's thought it would be in the future, not today.
Let the judge talk.
Okay.
Well,
Sorry.
so what he needs now, And again, he's intelligent, so he will follow. He will understand. He'll understand what you're saying. He needs a letter from you, sir, explaining what's going on, explaining why you did what you did, making him understand really that you want to be a father. He needs to understand things better. He does. He knows. Yeah, okay. Dad was a criminal. He would steal things, and he was doing drugs, and he. Well, at the very least, he knows he doesn't want to be that way, right? But he needs to understand why you weren't there for him. I did a little bit of explaining about how, just because somebody is over 18 doesn't mean they're not still growing, and people still grow in their 20s, people still grow in their 30s, that you could be maybe having some maturation that's occurring right now. Of course, we grow throughout our whole lives, but there's a maturation that can occur even at your age, and I explained that to him, and he seems to be able to grasp this, in that the hope is that maybe you've undergone some more there. He needs to hear that from you in a letter, not in a phone call. This isn't the time. And then we talked about, and he's very open to the idea. He said, after I see that, then maybe after some time we can start doing a couple of phone calls, and then he is open to the idea. So he talked about going to his meetings with Celeste, and I don't know if Celeste does this, but it seems to me that we need some kind of reintegration therapy, and he is open to sitting there with Celeste and you and talking. I don't know, does Celeste do this kind of thing?
Well, I'm a family therapist,
So that's exactly what you do. All right. Now, Celeste, I should say, when you testified, I get the feeling that you're not a big fan of Dad.
I just go with what I'm getting from the kid.
Right. So anyway, that's what I think we need to be doing. With regards to the basic rulings I need to give here, obviously the custody factors in 107 and 137 clearly indicate that the sole legal custody award should be to mother. I don't think father was contesting that in any way. So that's going to be the court's order. Going to leave, as was requested, whatever child support order is there. Going to leave that in place. There's no reason to look at that again. But I'll tell Mother that the policy, the legal policy of the state is expressed in certain statutes, and the law here says that we're supposed to encourage parents to share in the rights and responsibilities of raising the children after the parents have been separated. I think they come up with that policy because they know that children need to know they have a mother. They need to know they have a father. We don't know where father is right now. And you stand on very solid ground when you say, look, he's been in prison before, he came out, he says, I'm done with that, I'm good, and back and forth and back and forth. And so when you make that argument, it's very well taken, and that's why I'm not, even though we have this policy of, there needs to be contact with both parents, I'm not going to jump right into this, because you're right, we don't know what's going to happen with Dad. I mean, if I had to bet, well, I wouldn't bet, but if I had to, I'd go with a 51% chance that, yeah, he's done. He doesn't want this anymore. Sometimes it takes people until their mid-30s, until they grow up. If you think about it, Ms. Draper, kind of what's going on with you, right? You've undergone some maturation. You've overcome some of the problems that probably stem from childhood, right? And you're doing a lot better, it seems like, from what I'm hearing. I mean, you had some some difficult times. I mean, attempting to commit suicide because of your mother and so, and it sounds like you've grown, right? And you're not going back there. You're not going to be trying to strangle yourself. You're not going to be yelling in the street. You're not going to be calling your child a rapist.
I don't plan on getting raped again, no.
What? No, I'm talking about, not talking about those things. I'm talking about your family, your mother, and your relationship with your mother, the suicide attempts you talked about, and what I'm seeing, the incident where your son.
This judge needs to be off the bench. He condones rape. You see how he just went right over on why I lost my kid? Because I had a mental breakdown from being raped. He also says it's no big deal that children get raped. He also says it's no big deal that people go out and rape people, so they need to have some right to their child. Well, guess what? My son a year later still doesn't want nothing to do with him. Yeah, he agreed. He gave his dad a chance, and his dad blew it. Doesn't want nothing to do with him. A year later, we go to court, and he still told the judge he wanted nothing to do with him. So, this judge needs to be off the bench. He doesn't think that sex offenders are bad. He agrees with sex offenders. So, he needs to be off the bench. I hope they all see this. Because he's making me feel bad for wanting to kill myself to get away from my mother. I worked really hard for her. And making me feel bad for being raped. Not once, but twice when I see him, he makes me feel bad for being raped. And I've already done apologize to my son. That's why I have him home. So, and I've always had him. So, this judge probably can't sleep at night knowing that maybe he can. Because I think he's pretty dirty if he can condone sex offenders in any type of way. And then just brush off on what we all went through and sex survivors go through. Oh, and by the way, I was sex trafficked by my own mother. That all came out. So yeah, my son is perfectly fine with me. My son loves me. He's safe. He does everything he needs to do. He talks to people. He has friends. He just doesn't want nothing to do with people that put him down, tell him that they're not going to have nothing to do with them when he goes back to his mom. He doesn't want nothing to do with his dad. And this judge does nothing but bully and pressure to where my son left the courtroom this last time crying and even said, "Mom, I didn't let him do it this time. I didn't let him do it this time. I stood my ground." He was so proud because he stood his ground on what he wanted. So this judge needs to be off the bench to where my son is proud that he wasn't able to have the judge and the judge assistant make him feel bad for not wanting to be around his abused father. My son was so worried when we got home from court that he told me exactly what happened in that area when he talked to the judge the second time. So yes, my son has talked to the judge not once, but twice. And my son left the courtroom crying this last time because they were trying to make him feel bad for not wanting to be around his father, who's not a good person. So my son told me, because he wanted to make sure that he doesn't have to have contact with his father. He wanted to make sure that he didn't have to call his father and that no one was going to pressure him. So if my son wants to, okay, but he don't. And these people need to own up to what they've done. That's why it's all documented with DHS that they're not safe to be around my child anymore.
Had to call 911 and you were calling him a rapist. I have no idea how that's going to impact him, but he's obviously not going to forget that. But my point is, you've grown. Or am I wrong?
Yeah, I've just always had Jason and my oldest, and we've always had a home. I've always been stable to them until those few years ago. Yes.
Well, twice they've been removed, right? So not always.
Well, yeah, that's what I mean. Just the last few years.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So anyway, what I'm saying is it's my firm belief, and not simply my opinion, but based on some information I've gathered over the years.
See how he goes, my opinion? So he wasn't going on what the law says or what my son wanted. He was going on what he wanted. And it backfired because my son didn't want it. It even told me he wasn't going to have them sit and bully them and pressure them. He stood his ground. So the judge went off on his opinion and his belief. So, apparently he didn't go by the law. So yes, I hope all the judges and all the governments and everybody sees this, because this judge needs to be off the bench. There's a couple of judges in Medford, Oregon that need to be off the bench that support sex offenders.
Formally and informally, that as I was talking about with Celeste, that adults do better and are stronger in their lives, have better self-esteem, have more confidence, have more compassion, have overall a better sense of well-being when they have a relationship with each of their parents.
Can I say something?
So no, not right now. So I don't think it's the time to give up on Dad. It doesn't mean we just say, okay, Dad, you're going to take the kid now, and it's going to be week on, week off, that kind of thing. Obviously, that's not that would be a gamble, and we're not going to do that. But we're going to give him the opportunity to reestablish that relationship and see how it goes. So we're going to start off with that when he sends the letter, which it sounds to me like obviously you're going to do, so right?
Yes, I'll have to have a conversation with my PO first, because as I previously told you, right now I'm approved phone contact, but not written. The reason being is phone contact is...
So have a conversation with them. I can't imagine that would be...
It'll be fine, but I'm just letting you know it won't happen tomorrow, because I have to meet with him and get the okay first.
Right. So when that letter comes in the mail, obviously your son needs to get that. It seems like that's something that he's going to be maybe discussing with Celeste. So that's ground one. That has to happen. When it's time for the phone call, it really depends a lot on you to be supportive, and I know you're resistant.
I've been very supportive on it. I give him his letters. Jason rips.
So we're almost done with this, but you're very clearly hearing how I've been supportive, and it's just gross. I'll never, ever. Nope, I will never. I will teach my kid the right thing, not to just wash it down the drain and act like it's never happening, like this judge is trying to teach everybody else. Kind of wonder what else he does behind the scenes, since he condones sex offenders, since he thinks it's no big deal, just like the rest of them. Oh, and by the way, it's all documented, so can't say I'm lying or making it all up. He also waited until my attorney was no longer on the case to write the letter, and all he did was put it on the drugs. Didn't even condone he didn't even own up to what my son wanted. So the judge just says, oh yeah, it's a nice letter saying he loves him, blah, blah, blah. Okay, he's been saying that, but his actions don't show it. So, my son wants nothing to do with his father, and it's going to be well known. And my son knows if he wanted to, I would let him. But my son doesn't want to. My son's almost 15. I even asked his father, what are you going to do when he turns 18 and doesn't want nothing to do with you? His response was, well, I'll go to jail for harassment. Then it's all control. My son even wants to change his last name. He's been wanting to change his last name for years. And what's he do? tries to make tell me that it's a mistake and try to make me feel bad. This guy's never been there. Like, it's so gross. Like, his current wife even gave up her own fucking kids to be with this guy. They don't even live in the same house. He even told the judge they don't even live in the same house. Now she was giving up his kids, her kids, so they can go live together. Like, it's gross. This is the shit I have to put up with in Medford, Oregon, Grants Pass, Oregon. So the laws need to change. The governor needs to get involved and change these goddamn laws. I'm getting really tired of judges making me feel bad for what I've done. I've already apologized and known up to everything. That's why my son is home, and that's why my son finally believed me.
I told him, Jason, I'm hearing from all these witnesses, and I don't know what they know, but you, Jason, you can tell me exactly what's going on. Is there anything else I should? And then I told him, I took special efforts to make sure before his father, you're gonna have to all.
I won my rights when the first case was DHS.
What?
Not written. The reason being is phone contact is.
So how
No, this judge needs to be off the bench, period. Period. And I hope, God, I pray and pray that my voice gets heard, my son's voice gets heard, and all the survivors here in Oregon get heard. And warriors get heard. The law needs to change. It's gross how Oregon protects sex offenders instead of the ones that actually need protection.
It'll be fine. I'm just letting you know it won't happen tomorrow because I have to meet with him and get the okay first.
So when that letter comes in the mail, obviously your son needs to get that, and it seems like that's something that he's going to be maybe discussing with Celeste. So that's ground one. That has to happen. When it's time for the phone call, it really depends a lot on you to be supportive, and I know you're resistant.
I get very supportive on it. I give him his letters. Jason rips them up and throws them in the mud and throws them in the trash.
Okay.
I've been supportive. I'm going off of what my son wants, and I don't think we should live on fear.
Okay. So what I'm asking you to do now is, he has told me that he's open to this. He's going to read the letter. For his sake, you don't want him.
By the way, he read the letter, threw it on the couch and said, I'm done with the show. Still doesn't want no contact. And he told the judge on the 18th of this month that he doesn't want no contact. So, there it is. It's time that you guys all be held accountable for what you've done. So offset your money and your little cars or whatever isn't that important to my son. He wants his mom. And you guys are sick for making that little boy feel bad and for the abuse that you guys did. And it's all documented with DHS. And now the judge knows what you guys did. Because I made sure he knew that you guys mentally and emotionally abused my son while he was in your care. All his grandparents, my sister, his aunts. Oh yeah, it's all in there. Good to know you guys can all sleep at night knowing what you guys did. That's why you guys couldn't even look at us or look at me or even try to talk to us at my grandma's funeral. But we're the ones that had to stand up and talk because you guys didn't know her. Wouldn't even tell. You barely couldn't even pick up the phone to tell my son. You had to use my older son to call and say our grandmother died. Oh, and didn't even tell us that you guys all went and said bye to her the night before and then bragged about it. And then my mother couldn't even wait 15, 20 minutes after we left the funeral to tell my son, my youngest son, that his grandfather was dying. But he's not dying today. And then that was it. So who's really the selfish ones over here? Because it's not me or my son. We have a heart and morals. And yeah, my son is very supportive on everything I'm doing. Because he knows I'm taking care of him. I'm not doing anything wrong. I don't go drink. I don't do drugs. I'm a stay-at-home mom 24/7. So there it is. Can't embarrass me anymore. It's time you all take accountability for your actions.
Corey, growing up with and living life with a dad-shaped hole in his heart. You don't want that.
I don't want that for either of mine, but they do have it.
All right, so you have your particular opinions about Jason's father based on your experiences, but your relationship to his father is not the same as the relationship between your son and the father.
I'm just going off of what my son wants.
So, well, I'm asking you to do this. It's for your son's sake. You don't want this hole in his heart that he could very well grow up with.
I have a question. What about the sex offense? So a sex offender can see minor children? I don't understand how a sex offender, just because it's a girl, that makes it okay that he can have contact with minors just because it's not a girl.
So this, what I'm hearing now is not. He's talking about alienation.
I've never alienated him. I've always tried.
So when you talk about you don't understand why he can have contact with a child because he had this matter with
I learned my rights in the first case with DHS.
What?
I learned my rights about sex offenders.
Your rights?
Yes.
What are your rights about sex offenders?
About me being a parent and keeping my kids away from sex offenders. I didn't know all the details that I learned today about his sex crime. So I have always tried to reach out. Jason and I both tried to reach out. Daniel is the one that stayed away. There's multiple times where I have tried to encourage it, and Daniel has also ghosted me, didn't want nothing to do with Jason.
Daniel has a very bad past that he has to atone for, sure.
And so I'm going off of what my son wants.
Okay, so you are
And
going to be required to go off of what the court is ordering you to do. You understand that?
Yes.
And I can tell you, your son has in some ways wisdom that you don't.
Oh, I know he does. He's extremely smart.
Okay.
That's what I said
So
in the
I'm
beginning.
telling you that now, when he talks to you, you're not gonna. He's not gonna say the same thing. He understands your feelings about.
I know, but he's not just told me what he's told me. He's told
All right.
Celeste and
So we're not gonna argue anymore. I don't want to be in a situation where his father's going to come back to court and say, look, the way she addresses my son, the way she talks to my son is causing alienation. I don't want to be in this situation.
I really think we're going to be back in that situation, because if he does call and Jason doesn't answer, then Daniel's going to say that it's me again.
Okay, well, we'll see
just
about
know
that.
Daniel.
Right now I'm detecting a strong level of resistance from you on this.
No, I just know him, and I feel like my son just wasn't being heard, so he's going to tell you what he thinks.
Well,
he
your
wants
son
to say.
was heard, ma'am. You weren't in there. Your son was heard.
Okay.
And not only was he heard, I took special efforts to make sure before we ended it to ask him, is there anything else I should know? Tell me everything. Is there anything else that I'm missing? I told him, Jason, I'm hearing from all these witnesses, and I don't know what they know, but you, Jason, you probably, you can tell me exactly what's going on. Is there anything else I should know? And then I did that again. So he had full a chance to tell me everything that he wanted me to know.
Okay, I'm just really protective of my kids.
So that's natural that you be protective. You're his mother. You should be protected, but you have to be aware of your own mindset, of your own filters, of what is coloring the way you see the situation. That's a difficult thing to do, to be sort of aware, detach yourself from your mind and just kind of observe the content of your own mind. That's a very tricky thing to do. Some people are better than that than others, but that's what it comes down to, sort of observing the content of your own mind and how that is coloring how you perceive things, because none of us see things objectively, right? Everything I see, everything you see is colored by our prior experiences, and that's going on for you in the situation here with how you see the relationship between Jason and Mr. Jones. But I think you know that if and I don't blame you for not trusting him. I don't blame you for not believing him. But he he is the child's father. You're going to have to allow for this chance. If it turns out that he bombs on this, fine, then we'll make different orders. But we're going to try. First of all, because that's what the law says we're supposed to do. I grant you, there's a lot of laws out there that make me scratch my head, but not this one, right? Because a lot of parents mess up. You messed up in a big way, right? And people came in, they helped you, and you got your child back. Right?
Right, and I don't apologize from day one about it. Yes.
Right, okay. But I'm just now it's very easy to look at, at Mr. Jones and say, look at all this stuff, right? And say, well, and that you don't have that, and so therefore it's an easy call. And in some ways, you're right. You're the person who is going to be the sole legal custodian. You don't have these crimes on your record and so forth.
I've never had a drug problem either.
These crimes aren't crimes against the child. They're not assaults. They're not harassment. Yeah, it's terrible that he was in prison for that. I mean, whatever the crime is, it doesn't matter. If he's doing something that's going to keep him in prison when he's supposed to be fathering his child, that's really bad. But I think he knows that. He recognizes that. And I would grant you, if now, after what he said, he doesn't follow through, there's a point where we say, yeah, that's pretty much it. But I'm not pulling the stop on this yet, and so I'm not sending him over for parenting time yet, nothing like that. But we're just going to look at that possibility of some kind of reintegration, because I'm telling you, and you don't seem to understand this.
I know, I do.
That people. I mean, look at your own life and the difficulties you had because of it. As an adult, you're telling me you were trying to kill yourself because of your mother, and you were an adult already. Right.
Don't you love how he just puts women down? He just thinks that life is just so peachy, life and perfect, peachy. So yes, this judge needs to be off the bench. And I will go get the second recording. Because this judge needs to be off the bench. For him to say it's no big deal on what goes on, it's gross. So, I kind of feel bad for his wife if he's married. I feel bad for his children. Because I wonder what else he teaches them. If he's okay with abusers and he's okay with sex offenders, what else is he doing with his family? It's gross. And a year later, it's still up to my son, and my son says no.
What do you learn from that, right? The relationship that you have with your parent, and that comes from the time when you were a child.
No, it's current.
So the relationship. Well, look, you're not going to go commit suicide because of something Mr. Cherba does, right?
No, that's not what I meant.
It's only if it's your mom. Or it's only the relationship with the parents is what does it.
Right.
If I go and do something mean, or if Celeste does something mean, you're not going to try to strangle yourself.
No.
But if your mother does, that's different.
Right.
It's hard. I mean, nobody truly understands the level of complexity in relationships between parents and children. What Celeste might tell you is that the relationship between same-sex parent and child is usually at a more complex level. They're more difficult relationships and somewhat more complex. But we're going to give this a shot. So I'm asking you to be supportive of that and to try to step out of yourself, get away from the filter that's coloring everything you see about him. Maybe he bombs this and we're done. Okay. But let's get in, and this isn't for him. It's not about who's good and who's bad. Yeah, does he deserve it? No, I'm not saying that Mr. Jones deserves anything here. Maybe he was punished here only for these crimes of identity theft, driving while suspended, blah blah. Maybe if morally he should be punished for having done this and left his child without a father for all these years. Yeah. So I'm not saying I'm doing this because Mr. Jones deserves something. Mr. Jones doesn't deserve anything. We're talking about your child and what your child deserves. And does he want to grow up with just I mean, yeah, we could just cut him off, and then he's going to grow up, and there's going to be this, like I said, it's a hole in a person's heart. And if we can avoid that, we're going to avoid it. So that's going to be the plan. So it's going to be, and I don't know exactly, Mr. Churba, how you want to write this up, if you want to avoid coming back to court on this again. But what I'm looking for, Celeste, is to work towards this, these sessions of reintegration. Leave a lot of this in Celeste's hands. I believe she's capable, and we'll be able to watch and see how things develop. I know you don't like this, sir. That's the situation you're in.
I do.
Well, you're not happy about Celeste having to make the calls.
I really am not. I would prefer it to be anyone else, but I also told the courts I would do anything necessary.
But mom is the person who gets to decide make these kinds of decisions with regards to, like I said, it's medical, which is, I guess, is kind of technically medical. So medical, education, and religious, these are her calls. So she wants Celeste, and I think Celeste, wants to do the right thing and would like it if you could be a father. And she's probably not going to make it that easy for you, but if you do the right things, if you're there and you do the right things, so you are getting this chance. And again, like I told her, it's not because I think you deserve it. I think it's fair to argue that you don't deserve it. And she, like I say, she's on solid ground when she says, "Why should I believe him? He's just not going to show up again." I can understand her position, but we're going to try again, not for your sake, but for Jason's sake, so that he doesn't grow up with this absence in his life that's going to make him not as strong as a person as he could be. So
Your Honor, can we talk about the specifics of your order?
So I'm trying to get there. That's the difficulty here. So
the first thing that I noticed, Your Honor, is I think the letter that you're talking about should be sent not only to Mom but also to Celeste.
No. The letter from Father to Jason?
Yes. I mean, if Jason has a history of tearing these letters up,
I personally think it would be best handled through Celeste entirely, and not the initial contact be through the, as you spoke about, tainted perspective of
Celeste. Can that be sent to you, and then you open it with together with Jason?
If you like.
Or you don't have to
Or
open
send
it.
a copy to each.
yeah, that's
So
what I
that,
was
so that Jason's got some power over that. Does
Yeah.
that make sense?
Yeah.
So, I mean, a copy goes
to Mom and a
Jason
copy to you.
goes to Corey, and then
Well, the copy that goes to Mom is the one that she would give to Jason.
right. Like the original goes to them, and then you
send you a photocopy
you
of
can
it.
send me a copy at the same time. You can choose how to do that. And yeah, I'm interested in more of the specifics. Also want to offer it that there are therapists who specialize in reunification. Now,
Really?
I mean,
I'm hearing.
Yeah,
I think it was just a few days ago. There's a shortage. There's actually a shortage of therapists now in that area.
yes. There's
So maybe we should be glad that we have you. Well, no, just because you say there are such therapists, but can
there's a national shortage of mental health providers that's really dire.
Your Honor, she's not getting out of this.
So that's pretty much the end of it until I go get the second recording. I don't know why I don't know. Hopefully it's all on there and you guys get the clue. But yeah, he told Celeste he didn't want nothing to do with his father. He just told the judge he didn't want nothing to do with his father. His father has never been there, but they want so bad control that it's gross how much control these people want and destroy other people's lives. His brother-in-law is the biggest drug dealer he goes to. He owes them all tens of thousands of dollars. He owes them all thousands of dollars, so this should be the least of his worries. Because where he's at, he owes them all. He owes major gang members $10,000, more than $10,000. So, again, I hope the police see this. I hope the judges see this. I hope the probation officer sees this and definitely, I really hope all the attorneys and all the government sees this, because this is how dirty and disgusting the court system is. Have a good night, everyone. Just remember, you don't have to take the abuse no matter what anyone says. Bye.